some dinner real quick.
Yep, no worries. All right, so let's get this posted. All right, so as we are waiting for everyone to get going here, or Stone and Coop will be here shortly, but just kind of wanted to get started, as I'm sure some people will be trickling in here soon. But we are going to be starting our draft coverage here, and so we're excited about that, and we think this will be a fun time. And Stone is here to tweet out some stuff.
Yes, sir. Should I wait till Coop is here, or just tweet the?
Nah, I just tweet it out now. We'll just have I would just say something like, "Well, like we're starting with the Q&A. Come ask us any draft questions." Like that. We already did our predicted mock, but I'll be. I'm gonna have ESPN pulled up. I'm gonna try and stay off my phone. I'm gonna mute my Twitter noties. Now, we got one person joined, which is exciting. We're going to start with a Q&A. So as you come in, if there's any questions you guys have, feel free to ask them. We're hyped. We're going to be trying to follow along with the draft as it happens, not getting our Sham spoilers. But I'm guessing one of us will have to check every once in a while to just understand what a trade is, and what's going on. I kind of wish we could do that without getting our stuff spoiled. But if you have any questions as you come in, we're starting with a little bit of a Q&A. Would happily answer any draft questions. Coop is the expert on fits, and he's not here yet. So if you're going to ask about who had the nicest fit, probably not the person to ask. But yeah, we're hyped. This is an exciting time. Stone, what pick right now would you say is like if you had to say one lottery pick that is going to be the most surprising? What is it right now in your mind?
Most surprising. Daryl Morey is expect the unexpected with Daryl Morey. I think we could see legitimately like Malawach get picked there or something like
Noah Songe at 3.
Yeah, he's expect the unexpected.
Fair. Okay. Fair. If I was going to pick a surprise lottery pick, I would say I think that if Ace Bailey's not there, I could see the Nets doing something kind of weird at 8. I don't know exactly what it is, but I could see them doing something kind of funky. So you were asked, are you eating pizza?
Yes.
Our first Q&A question.
Thank you for the hard-hitting questions. This has actually been a tradition. This is my 10th year doing draft work, and every single year I've gotten myself a pizza for draft night. So this is tradition.
Wolves, it's great to see you again. Wolves has followed us from every place we've done a live stream. He's been here. So shout out to the OG. If you guys have any questions, like we said, we're starting with like a Q&A section here. Trying to think of really like surprising lottery picks is hard. I feel like maybe I'm underrating and I say this to someone who has him 3 on the board. Maybe Yakachonis goes higher than like I'm giving him credit for. Like I could see him going, as high as 7 or 8, maybe. Especially like he could absolutely be the type of guy that like Daryl Morey trades back for, right? Bigger guard, off the dribble shooter, good kind of motor. Now he's not like an analytics darling, but still, like I think that could potentially be a guy. I could maybe see like maybe the Hawks reach on like a Neat Clifford, which you brought up in our predictive mock. You brought that up as a possibility, so I think that could be important. Zach asked a great question. What playoff trends are most important when it comes to traits that players should have going forward, and how much do you factor that into an evaluation? I think that's a great question, and the way I put this on a pod earlier in the year was Coop will be here in a second. Mr. Phil Flores. The way I put it on a pod earlier is, what is currently in vogue for role players does change quite a bit, right? Like, there's certain things that teams or the league as a whole will value in their role players differently over time, right? Right now, what's really in vogue specifically is your kind of 3-and-D guards who can handle some playmaking responsibility, but are really good kind of secondary playmakers as well. Even the 3 part is sometimes a little overrated. Like Nembhard, it's not like he was some great 3-point shooter, right? But he was someone who really popped as someone who could really defend and be kind of a secondary creator with the ball. I think for me, the things that are always really important for playoff players, regardless, is a certain level of physicality, right? Like, there's very few playoff role players who get away with, being contact averse or contact avoidant, especially as finishers and interior defenders. It's sort of a necessity for those guys to be, even if they're not strong, willing to seek out contact. I think you see that with like Chet Holmgren. Like, as many issues as Chet had as a finisher against Miles Turner, and he's not particularly strong, at least his willingness to take and absorb contact makes him someone who is viable in the playoffs. Shooting is always a thing, but I would say more important than shooting is some ability and feel for off-ball play. It is just, you can't be someone who just stands still all the time away from the ball. There's so few of those guys, even like ball-dominant superstars. Outside of Luka Doncic, there's like, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is an incredible off-ball mover and runs actions really well. Tyrese Halliburton is a great example of that as well. So some level of off-ball movement is important. As we move down, Whitey all hate Ace. He's the next KD. That's a funny one. So actually, quickly, do you have any thoughts on like what you really think matters right now in terms of what traits players need in the playoffs and how we kind of factor that in?
Yeah, and I think we actually talked about it a lot this cycle, is just decisiveness with the ball in your hands, like being a quick decision maker. I think the trend, especially in the finals that we saw, was players stayed on the court and essentially basically this is the case for both the Pacers and Thunder, is that both their rotations are just full of quick decision makers. Like, if they just have not, I wouldn't even say it's a high feel of like knowing innately what to do, but it's just making that quick, snappy, decisive decision with the ball in your hands. And I think in order to exist in that sort of setting in today's league, you have to have that to be a rotation guy. Like, I think gone are the days of being like a specialist and just relying on that alone to get you through. I think you have to be, not only do you have to offer more, but you have to be somebody that is really decisive, and that doesn't have to be with the ball in your hands either. I think that's where it shows up most, but I think it's also where rotationally you're getting to the right place quick. Like, you're a quick processor and you're making the reads, very snappy. And I think that's really what stood out to me throughout the finals this year.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. We got asked to, positional size isn't always congruous with physicality, right? And I would agree that positional size isn't like a necessity, but I would generally say that positional strength tends to be congruous, right? Like, again, not always, right? Like I mentioned, Chet is sort of an outlier. But I think that positional size has value, but there are times where it can be overrated. And I think too, positional size involves a lot more than height, right? Like, it's especially for forwards and centers, your standing reach to me is way more important than your pure height
I
or
think
your max touch ability as well. Go ahead.
yeah, but I agree with all that, but I would just add too there's a barrier of entry for positional height, right? Like you have to be it's so much where it matters the most I think is guards, right? Like it's the most difficult to succeed if you're barely reaching that threshold of barrier of entry of like 6 foot to be in the league. And I think that's where it matters most. There's obviously outliers all the time, but you I think that's positionally like you can exist like Colin Murray Boyles, right? Like I think he's a full time center as like a 6'7" player because he's got insane strength and length. But I think height matters most when you're trying to achieve those guard thresholds.
I think that's fair. And again, your physicality can overcome that, but it also creates it also creates some but like the margins are small. The bigger you are for your position, the less margin or the more margin you have for physicality issues, right? Like that's something like I pointed out with Nick Clifford is he's not particularly physical, especially as a driver. He's willing to be physical defensively, but he's not some high level physical driver or anything. But it kind of works a little bit more because he does have really good two guard size when you consider his length. And so to me that does kind of shorten that gap. Who's the guy that's currently projected to go undrafted that you think may stick? We talked about this for like 3 hours this morning, Stone. But the guy I think I'll say, and then I'll let you say one or two guys who really pop. But I think Micah Peavy's probably going to go undrafted. And I think if the shot is real, he'll stick in the NBA. I think he's a really good defender, really good transition player offensively. But he's, the shot is definitely a question. Stone has to turn his camera off to take a drink of it.
Does that matter? I don't want to get us.
I don't know. No. I think you're making the correct decision just in case. But yeah, it's kind of it's a gray area for sure. But no, I think Micah Peavy is my bet to stick, who's probably going to go undrafted. There's probably some other guys I could throw in here too. Like if Bryce Williams goes undrafted, I think there's a pretty good chance he sticks in the league. But it just kind of depends. Stone, who are one or two guys that stand out as potential undrafted guys for you?
I mean, obviously Wooga Poplar, right? I won't be expanding too much. Like people that are watching this already know. I think we're probably not getting a ton of new viewers. I would say outside of him, is it like guaranteed that Javon Small gets taken in the draft? Like I'd be betting pretty heavy on him.
I don't know. Him and Will Richard are both guys who I'm now realizing are a good bet to go undrafted that I just have so high that they didn't even pop into my mind here. Yeah, like it's crazy to me that those two might go undrafted. But yeah, if those guys go undrafted, those are absolutely my favorite bets to stick in the league.
Amari Williams, is there a chance he goes undrafted?
Yeah, no, that's a great call. It's a great call. There's certain guys that I think we and even some other draft Twitter guys as a whole we're way high. Like if Alex Tui goes undrafted, that's a guy who I can absolutely see being like a undrafted free agent signing, in 2 or 3 years, and who just sticks because he had a really, crazy NBL MVP season and all this stuff. So
really,
anyways,
really quick. I don't know if we have other questions to get to, but is there how many stash guys do you think are in this class?
Oh, dude, I think we're going to see a Biberovich pick for sure, where it's just there's a guy that even you and I are like, who the hell is that gets drafted? I bet you we see 6 stash picks. I couldn't tell you exactly who they are, but I also, the other weird thing I'll say, I think one stash guy goes in the first round. We get our,
I think Ugo. I think
it could be Ugo. I think it'll sound weird. Sam mentions Rocco Zikarsky as a guy who could go undrafted. I think you could get drafted in the first round and get stashed. I think there's a lot of guys it could be. It's just going to be dependent on who the NBA wants there. I even think there's a world that someone like Berenger gets stashed. I don't think so. Like I think he's kind of risen up boards enough, but that's Ben Saraf could get stashed after a first round being drafted in the first round. I think there's all kinds of guys in this draft. As weird as that sounds, but I think we get our Andrzej Pasechnik. Is that how you said his name? I think we get one of
the
those
Wizards center. I remember.
Yeah. I think we get one of those.
Oh, here they come! They're walking on stage.
Oh my goodness! I don't have it on my TV, so I gotta watch it on my
Wait.
laptop. But quickly, we did get asked who do we like 17 and 31 for the Wolves. I think if Derek Queen is there, you take Derek Queen. If Kasparas Yakachonis is there, you take Kasparas Yakachonis. I think the Wolves are at a point where they should just take whoever falls. If any of those top guys, or even someone like a Common Malawak or something like Colin Murray Boyles, if those guys fall to 17, you should probably just take them. I specifically like guys who are maybe a little more realistic. I like Rasheer Fleming there quite a bit. I like Adut Thiero there quite a bit. But for me, the real one, the guy that I'd have circled at 17, and a lot of people will hear this and say, "Oh, but we have Rob Dillingham." I take Walter Clayton Jr., man. I would not even think twice if he's there at 17. Basically, no matter who else is on the board other than Yakachonis or Queen for me, I'm taking Walter Clayton and not looking back. If I'm the Wolves, I really think he's a great fit there. 31, it's such a question. I imagine they'll take a stash guy at 31. But I also do think there's a chance that if they don't take a stash guy, that it's someone like a freshman that maybe underperformed, like a Drake Powell or a Liam McNeely. And I'd be fairly happy with both those guys. I know that Stone doesn't like McNeely much, but I think those are fairly realistic guys there. Stone, is there anyone else that stands out at 17 or 31?
Yeah, I'm just watching Nick Clifford's horrendous popsicle suit. I think Sorber is really interesting, or Reynaud, because I don't think they're keeping both bigs long term with Randall and Gobert, and I think having someone to sort of continuously anchor that big position, as we've seen, that it's a lot of teams are clamoring for big men that they could have long term, and I don't think there's many bets at that left at 17, but I think those two guys could be there. I would also say Cedric Coward is interesting. I'm a little bit lower on him than at 17, but as currently constructed, I really like that fit in Minnesota. That's really interesting to me. At 31, it's kind of a crapshoot as to who falls that far. I'd be pretty interested in someone like maybe Drake Powell's still there. I'd be pretty interested in that at 31. I think that's a long-term bet. Obviously, Minnesota likes these sort of projects with Leonard Miller and Minot, these athletic toolsy guys. Drake Powell, I think, is better, in my opinion, than either of those guys were as prospects. And I'd be willing to take a chance at him at 31. But those are the names that come to mind for me.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a question about Malawak and us kind of being lower as a pod. I do want to say I've risen, but he kind of says, is it about him as a prospect specifically, or is it more about just taking like a non-offensive hub at center? And for me, it's not really about a non-hub center necessarily. Like I've really grown on the idea of rim runners can provide top 10 value in a way I didn't have when I was when we were first starting in this. But for me, it's that I just don't think Malawak is quite the level of defensive player that I would really love. Though I still like him and I would still draft him fairly highly. He's not quite to that like top end outcome level for me defensively, and that's really why I'm lower on him. I think he's going to be a great play finishing big though. He has elite hands, elite catch radius. He's just really solid player. Coop, welcome to the show. How's it going, my man?
It's going. It's sorry if my mic quality is bad. This apartment has never heard of echo cancellation. So, hi Wolves. How are you guys doing?
Your acoustics are kind of wild. I can't.
I'll try to move to a smaller room.
No, it's all good. It reminds me of this. I'm gonna sound like such a nerd, but there's a scene in Spider-Man 3 from 2007 where at the beginning he's telling Mary Jane that the sound can't carry past the first row because of the acoustics. And y'all are just Yeah, you're the opposite. Your sound kit would carry to the back of the room because of the acoustics.
Because of the acoustics, bro.
But anyways,
You guys want a
we have-
mukbang? Do you guys want a mukbang of my
Oh my
insane Philly cheesesteak?
nasty.
I've been mukbanging, dog. So just
Man, we were like on such a good track. We were like completely serious. We were on like a great track.
Oh,
and then
sorry.
He comes and immediately starts asking about a mukbang.
My bad.
That sounds like
Okay.
like a dirty movie.
Serious question. Serious question.
We did get hold on. We did get asked about Assange as is he positionally strong, and the answer to that is right now absolutely not. I do think he has good size for a 4, but he'd be undersized for a 5. But the strength is an obvious issue. The benefit from him, or not the benefit, but if you're giving him the benefit of the doubt, is how I should word that, is that he's so young and his frame doesn't look like completely, like it would be completely unable to add weight, right? I don't think he's quite Giannis, but like I think he could add some meaningful weight in time. And he's already a good finisher who plays with physicality despite his lack of current strength, so that I think he can play up to that. And that's really I ended up high on Assange, even though I have some real questions about what the hell is he actually doing in the NBA, just because he's such a good finisher and foul drawer, and he's willing to play with that type of physicality. And he just kind of has this funk in his movement patterns and an ability to put the ball on the ground at times to attack a closeout. Like, he's a completely theoretical basketball player in a lot of ways right now. But I'm high on him because despite being so theoretical, he still finds a way to add real value to good teams, and that is interesting. All right, Coop, we gotta ask, what are the thoughts on some of these fits tonight? Because I'm out of my depth here. The only one I know I like is Jeremiah Fears. He's rising up my board,
And he's the worst. He has the worst fit there.
What are some thoughts that stand out to you?
Nick Clifford exists. There's no.
I think Nick is tough.
Nick
on earth?
He's his own man. It feels like Fears is really not able to tap into any of his own energy here. He is both taking these concepts. It really reminds me of his feel for the game of basketball, because his feel for suit wearing is really, really fucking bad. He's doing too much, but somehow not enough with what he's wearing. There's not enough color for what he's trying to accomplish, but also there's too many aspects there. It's just I'm not a big fan of Fears. My favorite, actually, my second favorite is VJ Edgecombe, because I think he is doing just enough, not trying to do too much. He still has that design. He still has that color, and he even has the Bahama flare in his sleeves. His suit fits far better, and it's far more subdued. Right, that's the big thing, and it fits. It just fits him. That's the thing. It really fits, and I really like the classiness of. I really like the tie with the chain just over the top. I think it fits perfectly. I think it's really well done, and the Bahamas colors, man. You have to love it. You have to love that kind of thing. The other guy whose suit I really love, Yegor Demon, someone who I'm extremely low on, but racing at the moment. A very classic case of classic men's tailoring. You can tell that he was raised to know how to wear his suits. This guy can really rock. I love the color. I love the fit. You could tell it's extra drapey. It's very 1950s, 1960s in the way that it drapes over his legs, and it doesn't show off his spindly little fucking legs, which is awful. So it looks great, and I really enjoy what he's got going on. His top fits perfectly. The proportions are great. It's straight. It's smooth. That's such an important thing in classic men's tailoring. The other one I'll shout out, actually, last thing before I get off my soapbox, Trey Johnson is so close to the greatest draft fit of all time. If his top was just a little boxier, just a little wider, a little boxier, it's too tight. If you're going for the very modern jorts look, like the baggy jorts with the baggy top, you have to lean in. You got to hit it. You got to hit that shit on the head. And he's not. He went way too tight on the top. A tight suit already looks bad, but it looks extra bad when your bottom is so oversized. So I'm a big fan of some of the fits. I'll continue to add more thoughts as we get further into the night.
You're sleeping on Carter Bryant, but super quick.
He's a one button away from perfection. If he unbuttoned a button,
All right.
at the
Okay.
top,
This is
he would be
we're too far down the rabbit hole now.
Real quick, we need to establish no Twitter's. We're not surfing Twitter for the picks, and we're not posting them in the chat. Right, we're getting them as on our feed live. Is that agreed upon?
We're doing it ethically.
Okay.
We do have a question though that I do want to cover. What's y'all favorite draft fit, and why is it Trey Johnson?
Look at Wolves.
Me too, Wolves, but I'm not gonna go into detail on such things. But favorite draft fit. I guess we just asked that. I'm now realizing that they don't mean like fit, like which player on which team. They literally mean like fit as in like the outfit that the players are wearing. I like Neat Clifford because he has a big red dog on his, and I think that's great.
Does he actually? I didn't see that.
Yeah.
That's
It's
crazy.
like on the inside. I don't know exactly how it works, to be honest. I'm the least fashionable person ever. I used to wear crop tops and headbands every single day. So I have no.
That's such a vibe, though. I really fuck with that.
I thought it was 1984 for a solid 2 years while I was in high school. I can't lie. And I cannot seem to pull up the draft on my TV, so I got to keep looking over here. It seems like it's actually like starting now. We got to ask Coop, and I'll throw this to you. What should Miami do at 20? I'll quickly say my opinion while you're finishing your bite of cheesesteak. I think Miami should probably just take Jace Richardson if he's there, to be honest. Like, that just seems like the perfect fit to me personally. And I do mean fit as in Jace Richardson on the Heat, not fit as in I don't know what Jace Richardson is wearing. In fact, we probably haven't seen him because he didn't get a green room invite. But that for me, I mean, also if Walter Clayton Jr. is there, take Walter Clayton Jr., please and thank you. I think this is a team that, even though they have Tyler Hero, like, I'm looking for someone who can score and maybe be like the next scorer on my team. Now, if like a Carter Bryant falls or like Rasheer Fleming is there, like I'm not saying don't take any of those guys. Like the answer with what should this team do at 20? My answer is always going to be, we'll just take the best guy if I have a guy in a tier. But like, I also think Miami should consider like maybe moving up to secure someone like Jokic. Like if Jokic Jonas falls to 15, like I would really, or Derek Queen falls to 15, I would seriously consider putting together a package to try and get up to 15 to take one of those two guys. Like this is a team that I think should be trying to hunt for a star player, and maybe not. Like, listen, Pat Riley has his own shit going on, right? Like he just, I don't pretend to tell him what to do, but it's worth noting. Adam Silver is at the podium, it looks like, as I'm desperately trying to find a way to get this pulled up on my TV instead.
I do think one guy who Miami should really gun for, Adu Thiero. I think if anybody can magically make Thiero a plus 3-point shooter in a really short amount of time, bring back that touch he used to have, it would be Miami. And Miami could really use a true star bet. I think Jokic Jonas, if he falls, a great move up for him. Queen and Bam together in the front court, insanity. I think it would be so fun. And Queen, but I don't think Miami with their BMI regulations would allow Queen within 50 yards of their facility.
Miami does also love Kalal Ware. Like supposedly, like,
that is
untouchable in a KD trade,
which is insane because Ware's just not that good. But it's, we'll see what they do. Oh, I thought
Adam Silver getting booed is pretty funny.
I don't necessarily get, to be honest, like, and maybe this is me like being like a softie. I don't necessarily get the Adam Silver hate that some people have. Like, he just seems kind of like whatever to me. I don't know.
I think he's made.
Coop, what do we think about the facial hair for Coop Flag? Like, what's the vibe on that?
He looks like my 18-year-old brother, which makes sense because he's also an 18-year-old boy. he's got pubes on his chin, and it's such a bad look. Just fucking shave it. Oh my god, it drives me crazy. But he's a grown man. You know, he can do his own thing, but he's going to learn. I think he'll step foot in the league, and people will tell him that this looks bad. So that's what we can hope for.
Mavs are officially on the clock with the first pick.
Wow.
Any guesses?
It'll be such a shock. Yeah. this will be such a shock. Luckily, we know who the first pick is, so I can not pay attention for a minute. And it has to be on my team. I looked it up and it says it should be on Hulu. I have Hulu. It's not on Hulu. I'm perplexed here because I can get it like on my laptop, but I'm
you might be able to. Hulu is kind of difficult with sports stuff, but maybe it's. I'll check in a second because I have Hulu.
It also says it's on Fubo, but anyways, this is not the riveting content anyone wants. Let's talk about the Mavericks and Cooper Flag. Listen, we know what this pick is. We've known forever. They're not going to trade it. My question is, are they going to play Cooper Flag exclusively at the 3? They have 2 centers, but then they also have Anthony Davis, who is at his best when he is at least closing games at center. What does that mean for Cooper Flag, Coop?
I think they have to start him at the 3. Even if there's talks about them trade. I mean, they just extended Gafford, but I know people have wanted them to trade Lively for a little bit. If you're going to go all in into like actually winning right now, I know there's this temptation to want to do the 2 timeline stuff. Like, oh, let's stick in the middle. Let's try and keep, Flag and Lively, and then also build around the old guys. But at some point, you got to go all in. And I don't think Lively is a go all in kind of guy. Even if they trade Lively, I mean, 3 of your best players all are at their best at that 4-5 spot. And I think Flag at the 3 is fine. He's not properly defensively utilized there in a way that I would wish, but, we'll see. I think he plays the 3 like his entire rookie year. So
it just depends really if they trade Gafford, I think, which is interesting because he's $300,000 under the limit of what would be the 6-month per diem of being able to be traded. And so being that little under the limit, I think it's really interesting in terms of maybe they do plan to move him. If they do, then I think we see more lineups with Cooper Flag at the 4, but it's not going to be to the level we probably want. You're muted.
I think that's all fair. I am not out on Flag playing the 3 a lot. I am out on Flag playing the 3 if your goal is to win with him in his rookie year. And I'm really out in general on Flag being on a team that's going to do the Zion thing where they're going to try way too hard to win super early in his career, and then they'll never actually get another guy next to him that can, play at the highest levels. And that's just a worry for me, right? Like we've seen this time and time again with guys that get stuck in situations. And for what it's worth, like Flag is a higher level of guy to me who can really overcome that type of thing. But it's frustrating nonetheless in that I just think that Dallas is such a bad situation. We already we've already seen them blow everything up with Luka in like the most embarrassing way possible. It's like it's just one of those things where it's like it's sad that an organization that incompetent gets to be rewarded with a player as fun as Cooper Flag. But for whatever it's worth, I mean, Flag's really good, and I think he will overcome a lot of that. But we'll see. Cooper, you got a question. As a Rockets fan, which high upside prospects do you think Stone and company are eyeing to see if they drop?
I want it to be Queen very badly. That's my guy. I do think they're going to keep an eye on Yakachonis, and I think they're going to keep an eye on Colin Murray Boyles. Those would be my 3 big names if I had to guess. I got some insider intel that they kind of like Rasheer Fleming if he falls far enough, but I don't think that's a high upside guy, and I think other teams like him more. Other high upside guys, I mean, there's not very many guys who fit into the kind of mold of what the Rockets usually like. right, in this draft. There's not that Reed Shepard, Alperen Şengün, Amen Thompson, just like production demon who could fall further than they should. I could see them gunning for like an Asa Newell because of his rebounding proficiency, or a Thomas Sorber, another freshman who had a really great analytical season, but it could be anyone. These guys, they have a very diverse group of scouts in there, and I'm excited. I really hope that we trade back in and we do something in this draft if somebody falls, because that has kind of been Stone's thing. So,
yeah, I feel pretty good that the Rockets will end up back in this draft in one way or another. It's just a feeling I get, especially because I do think that there is at some point soon to be some type of consolidation trade coming with their, group of young forwards. I don't think all of Tari Eason, Jabari Smith, and Cam Whitmore are long for this team. But anyways, the pick is in here with the Dallas Mavericks, and unsurprisingly, they will be selecting Cooper Flagg. There we go. Took Adam Silver a little bit to say that. Least surprising pick of
It's a hard pronunciation.
Obviously, again, I do think it's almost gone understated just how impressive Flagg is as a prospect, because sometimes when you have an obvious number one like this, it leaves kind of the popular consciousness quicker. This is an all-time level prospect. He is an excellent build-around piece. I think some people have overthought him, and I hate to use the term overthink because it's like such a cliche. But for what it's worth, I do think that he is a very, very high-level player who doesn't affect the game in the most obvious ways all the time. Like, you can't just draw like, oh, he is definitely going to do this. Oh, he's just like such a good off the dribble shot creator. He is such a good, he is 100% going to just lock down your best player and push the ball in transition like nobody else. Like, no, it's kind of a little bit more ethereal, but his feel is just so good. His athleticism is good enough. I think the comparison point I've used is, while he's a different type of player, I would expect him to kind of be the level of guy that like a Giannis has been, where it's like, this is a consistent MVP level guy, and he might not ever be like the best like 1A player in the league, but he's just, now Giannis probably at least had 1 year where you would say that was the case, but he's just always going to be like a top 5 guy, and even if he falls short of that, like, he is the perfect role player too, like if something like that were to happen. So I'm a huge fan, and so yeah, that's all I got, I suppose. But do you guys have any thoughts on what's going to happen next here?
Harper. Unless
it's Con Knipple time, just like Stone predicted in our 2025 mock draft.
Unless Morey pulls the rabbit out of the hat and moves up. I'm telling you, expect the unexpected with Morey. Like,
Morey's a loser, dude. He's not doing anything through this draft. He's taking like somebody bad at 3, and he's gonna be all like, well, I made a lot of potential. There were a lot of avenues we explored, and this is the one we decided to stick with. And then he's gonna get fatter next season, and it's gonna be, sorry, I'm being mean.
The picture of Morey outside of Crumble Cookie, the funniest picture.
That's gonna be it's gonna be him walking out of Crumble Cookie after they come out of the draft with fucking Jaeger Demon at 5 because they decided to trade back or something. And it's
Wolves are trading up for 2 for Ace because we love to give the Spurs future picks for bad players. That is probably true.
Anyways, let's talk a little bit about your guys' thoughts a little bit on Flagg here at 1. Stone, what do you think the rookie season is going to look like for Flagg? What predictions do you have? Is this like, is he going to be an easy rookie of the year? What are the growing pains going to look like? What's he going to excel in? Is is he going to have a Luka Doncic level rookie season, or what's it going to look like for him?
Yeah, I think he's probably. I mean, I think he's going to be rookie of the year, unanimous. Um, I don't think he'll quite be an all-star year one, but I would say he's not going to be far off. I think that he's probably more efficient as a player just coming into the league than a lot of rookies are, even number one picks. Like, as much as we love Wemby, and who's even a better prospect than Cooper, like I think everyone kind of expected the inefficiency. And I think Cooper is going to come into the league pretty efficient. He's got the defensive infrastructure to really, I think, showcase his own defensive chops and really be like, I don't think it's out of the question that Cooper can make an all defensive team year one, to be honest. And I think that's in the cards considering who he's playing next year with AD, especially. I think we probably see a lot of facilitating with him without the guard in play, even if they get a guard. Sounds like they want to get like a mid-level guy who's, probably not a top-tier facilitator, which means I think we see a lot of flag initiating actions, more lineups with flag as like the lead facilitator. I don't think that's off the table. And I would say he's close to making an all-star team year one, but probably not quite.
I think I disagree a solid amount. I think he is much more likely to be. I think he's going to be a really inefficient offensive player. I think he is going to show a lot of playmaking flashes. But I imagine, this is like as a rookie, like a 51 true shooting guy, which is like, for those that don't know, like 7 points below league average in terms of true shooting. Like the spacing is just going to be really wonky. I think he's going to have some moments, like especially. I think he's like such a good fit with Derek Lively. Like he already showed that with what he could do with Common Malawak. I think he can do that exact same stuff with Lively, and that is really, really intriguing to me. But the spacing is going to be rough around him. He's the type of guy that I really wanted to play with a point guard, and they just don't have that. I mean, Kyrie's going to miss at least the first few months of the season, so I think he's going to be a pretty inefficient player to start. But I'm intrigued nonetheless. All right, the pick is in here with the Spurs, and they never even thought about trading this pick, so they will take Dylan Harper from Rutgers, the most unsurprising second overall pick we've seen in a while. I wonder when the last time. Do you guys remember when was the last time 1 and 2 was this kind of consensus and chalk? When was that?
2022? No, because Paolo changed last minute.
Yeah, last minute was it the Cade Jalen Green?
Because a lot, yeah, there were plenty of people that thought Mobley could go too.
Yeah, I did on draft night. I deluded myself into thinking that. I don't know if you guys remember.
Now that was definitely closer, right? But I'm trying to think, like, you know what it was? It was Zion Ja. That was, and I really do think that's kind of the comparison point here. The hope is that Dylan Harper can be like a Ja level point guard.
Are we sure it's not Ant Wiseman?
Yeah, because LaMelo was at least in the mix there. Remember, it was kind of a surprise that the Ant went one. But, Dylan Harper, really intriguing. He's someone who, when I first watched, I was kind of low on, and then I rose on a little bit, and he settled in at 4 on my board. And while I don't love this pick for the Spurs, I do think that he's a high upside player, right? He's really strong. He has a special skill in that he can really get downhill. And he's overall has solid kind of basketball feel. And he's just really big for someone who can play as a guard. Now, I do worry that you're losing a lot of the potential benefit if you're not playing him as a point guard. If you're letting De'Aaron Fox be the point guard and Dylan Harper's playing off the ball, I think you're losing a lot of the benefit he brings. He's not as physically dominant as a 2 guard. He's not a great shooter off the ball right now. In fact, I would say he's a pretty bad one. And defensively, he's really rough. And so that's why my concern with him was always that the downside here is pretty real, and I think under-discussed, in that if the shot doesn't come around, he's not going to provide much other ancillary value. And so it's all about, well, how good can he be as a downhill scorer? And well, I think he can be good. He is not the most athletic guy in the world. I don't think he is a great isolation player either. He's kind of like a pick and roll downhill scorer who is not yet a great pick and roll passer. Now, the Rutgers context was bad. He's looked better at other points in his career. I think this is a fine pick. It's not who I would have taken. But I do think that this is talked about as like an obvious slam dunk. And I do think that it's a little bit more likely that he's more in like, this is not to compare him to D'Angelo Russell as a player because their games are very different, but he's closer to D'Angelo Russell in terms of the level of play, where he's like at his best kind of like a low-end all-star, but for the most part is kind of like a median-end point guard who is good, but also kind of has to make the game the Dylan Harper game. And when you're trying to fit next to Victor Wembanyama, I'm just not sure that that's super worthwhile. So those are my concerns. I think this is a good pick, if not, again, not the one I would have made. And I think it's fine process, especially if you're really confident that you can fix his shot. But I do think he's, I don't know. I'm interested, I suppose. Coop, you're going to be low on this. I know Stone's going to be higher, but I want to hear your take on it first, Coop.
I really worry, as the acoustics better in here, I really worry that they have three guys who they all want to develop as a point guard. Obviously, Steph Castle, I don't think any of us think is a point guard. Fox, I think, is primarily going to add value in the NBA as a point guard. And then you have Harper, who I think is another guy who kind of has to add value. But, I mean, all of Castle's value and the reason why he's so highly regarded this year because he's got all these creation flashes and putting that, maybe this works out and you have Fox and Harper kind of as your 1-2, but then you're getting rid of some of the magic of Wemby can just dribble and do whatever the fuck he wants on the basketball court. I think that you just kind of, it's such a wonky fit if you, Fox is tradable. That's kind of the big thing at the end of this is that if Harper fits, Fox is tradable. But at that point, if you're going to have Harper fight for all this development, I really don't see the point of drafting here at 2. Maybe he's your guy, but if not, it's just kind of a waste of a pick because there's not a world where he's, in my opinion, there's not a world where he's super valuable as an off-ball player unless he just becomes like a super nuclear shooter. And even then, he's not the level of defender you need him to be that kind of guy. So I'm lower. I have Harper at 5, so I'm being kind of mean here because I'm lower than a lot of people. But I would be really happy if I were like Washington to get him, or if I was the Jazz to get him. If I was one of these teams that desperately just needed an initiator and could let him do whatever. And the Spurs don't need that. The Spurs do not need a guy to be Dylan Harper. It would be nice, and it makes Fox expendable, and Fox is one of their few real assets left because they've just wasted a bunch of shit. But I don't know. We'll see. We have sorry, Snow. We have my new home city, the Sixers, up on the clock here, so I'm very excited.
The way Edgecombe is smiling, it looks like it's going to be Edgecombe here. I'm not looking at Twitter.
We shall see. I will say I would have traded Steph Castle if I was the Spurs. I think Steph Castle's value will never be higher. I was maybe too low on him, but I also do think that he was maybe the most damaging offensive player in the NBA last year in terms of the volume he got. I mean, I don't mean to say this to be mean. He was a rookie and they did this on purpose. But he was a big reason the Spurs lost as many games as they did because when they decided it was time to lose, they just gave him the ball a ton. And he's still not a particularly good shooter. I don't think he's a good closeout attacker or anything. I would have traded Steph Castle. I understand why they did it, but I think at this point he's destined to be their third guard. And then I really wonder what you're doing, right? If he's going to be behind those guys. you guys are evil. Yeah, no, I think I think the Spurs are in a really interesting spot.
Here
Obviously,
comes
Wembanyama allows you to make mistakes, but
VJ.
yep. With the third pick, the Philadelphia 76ers select VJ Edgecombe. Stone, you're the highest of us on VJ, I believe. How do you feel about VJ here at 3?
Wouldn't have taken him here, but I don't think it's a terrible pick. This is an interesting fit considering the fact that they got McCain. They got McCain last year. I don't know how big of a long-term role they foresee for him. Maxey obviously is locked in there. Maybe it's Maxey and VJ long-term, and McCain's your long-term sixth man, I guess, is maybe what I think that they might perceive it as. But yeah, I don't think on the perimeter the 76ers, I know you lower Bryce, especially on the defense, but I don't think they have a defensive playmaker. And if Philly sees him as that, which I also do, I think it makes sense in that scenario. There's enough theoretical shooting around him to where I think he could be, have a lot of the space that he needs to get downhill to the degree that you want as someone that's a high volume slasher. But the 76ers, as it does every year, comes down to health, and it's a massive question mark that is typically not that big of a question mark halfway through the season when you know that their two biggest contracts are going to be out for the rest of the year. So I like it if the long-term solution is building around the young core that they've accumulated, because it seems almost like they're kind of threading this needle between two timelines at this point. But if the goal is alongside PG and Embiid long-term, I think it somewhat cramps the court a little bit in regards to the level of volume of slasher that you probably want him to be if you're perceiving him as the star upside bet.
For what it's worth, I don't think they're necessarily thinking of VJ as much of a star at all. I think they're thinking of him as, man, this is a guy who's great fitting into the guard room of Maxey and McCain, which I don't love, to be honest. That's I think his shooting is good. I don't think he should handle the ball much, and he won't. But then I think that does put an outsized importance on his defense, which I think he could do. But I do think the process here is maybe a little flawed. I think the Sixers are thinking a lot of VJ's, well, this guy can help us win now. And listen, everything I've heard is that VJ is like an A1 elite human being. The reports are that him and Coward are like the two best people, and Malawak obviously gets this as well, like two of the best people you'll ever talk to. And so I will never ever root against VJ or anything like that. But I do think that the process here is flawed, and that I think the Sixers are thinking, we're going to take this guy because he can contribute to winning immediately, even though I don't think he is the highest upside guy left. In fact, I think the scoring upside is pretty muted because he's not a particularly – the handle's bad. He's not athletic in a way where he explodes out of his moves very well either. I think he can be okay if the shot is good enough. He can attack closeouts. I think he's going to be a good transition player. Your hope is that he can be a really good point of attack defender. I'm not sold on that, but I do kind of see the vision of, hey, he's just super athletic and he plays hard enough that if we just kind of, tell him, hey, this is what you have to do, those guys figure it out sometimes. Again, I've said this, I've used this example before. Andrew Nembhard was not some elite point of attack defender in college. And those that say he was are just wrong. That's not who he was. He has changed his game in the NBA. That's not an uncommon thing. But I don't see the easy pathway to that for VJ. And I think the offensive upside is fairly capped. He'll get Donovan Mitchell comps. I just really don't see that. I hope I'm wrong, and that I wasn't around for Donovan Mitchell. Could I have seen his improvement coming? I know a lot of people talk about the handle with him being weird too, but I just VJ doesn't move like Donovan. He doesn't explode out of moves like that. He's not as he doesn't have the type of footwork that Donovan had. I think he'd be a really good shooter. I think he could be a really solid closeout attacker and transition player. But I think this is kind of a built role player, and that's fine. But if you're talking about 6'4" guys as role players that you're taking 3 in the draft, that's that's kind of a worry. So, Coop, I think you might be kind of in the middle of Stone and I. Maybe I'm wrong. I can't really remember. What do you think of VJ here at 3?
I can't get my computer to work. I have VJ at like 10. I really worry about a lot of the micro skill stuff. And I think the real thing that separates these 2s, and I think VJ is distinctly a 2 at the next level, unless he like bulks up Eric Gordon style. It's micro skills. It's the ability to really read the floor, and it's the ability to do a lot of the small stuff that a team needs you to do. And VJ's just really far away in those areas to a degree that I kind of really worry about. I do think that he's got he produced in a really tough conference on a really bad team, and he was their best player pretty far and away. And this is a guy who, if he was 6'6" or 6'7", I think he would be unstoppable, and he would have gone 2 probably if he was that big. He really is just a forward in a guard's body, without some of the micro skills to really separate himself from like the Norman Powells and Jalen Greens of the world. He gets stuck as he gets stuck kind of in that lower tier unless there's a huge development leap, which there could be. Guys with his athleticism frequently do have that kind of development.
For what it's worth, real quick, the pick is in. Are we 100% sure it's not Ace here?
I think this could be. I think it's Ace or Con. I think it's Ace or Con. I feel really.
I agree.
I'm going to call Trey Johnson.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So okay. So I'm going to say Con. Stone, are you saying Ace? Do we have a?
I'm with you. It's a 50-50, I think, here with Ace.
Just call it as Ace. Call it as Ace. We'll go 3-way. We'll bet. We'll do a little bit of betting.
We'll go what, Coop?
I've been getting flamed for my language.
But what I will say, if the Hornets do take Con here, I really like that core offensively of LaMelo, Con, Brandon Miller. Like that's got to be the best shooting top 3 I've seen though. Con can get to the rim. Like I really like this Hornets context for Con. Con is a guy that I want playing with the big like Mark Williams, and I want him in a ton of space, and I want him to be the guy that is going to end up developing as a star. I think this would kind of be like when the Rockets took Ahmed Thompson, and obviously Con and Ahmed are very different, but it's like this team that's full of interesting but kind of unproven young players, taking a guy who makes everything make sense. Now, are any of the Hornets players as real as Alperen Şengün was? I don't know. I'm not, probably not, though LaMelo is obviously paid like that. But Con is just really, really good.
It's coming out. Sorry.
All right, the pick is in. Let's see. Adam Silver's big bald head on the screen.
Wow.
Whoa! It is Con. It is
wow.
Con.
Oh my God.
That's
actually a good choice.
So I'll say here, I love this pick. I had Con at 2. I think I was the highest. I think Chuck and I were the only people that had Con at 2. Though Stone, I know you were really close. There might have been some other people. I don't want to discredit anyone who also might have had Con at 2. I had Con
Cooper typing to himself.
No, I guarantee it's either his wife or one of his friends. Anyways, listen, I think Con is the most underrated star upside guy in this class. He is maybe the second highest field guy in this class behind only Cooper Flagg. He is an underrated athlete because he doesn't dunk a ton. Like, he's just strong and he uses his shoulders really well. He gets downhill better than you think. He's a really good downhill passer. He doesn't have like skips in the bag yet. Like, he's not an elite passer, but I also think he's a better off the dribble shooter than he got to show at Duke. Like, Duke told him not to, I think, or at the very least, his thought process was, our offense is too good for me to take off the dribble shots, which to some extent, like, I like that he was like, I'm not going to do this. Like, we're going to get better shots. But he was also like one of the most devastatingly efficient off the dribble shooters in EYBL during his 17U season. And and even a 16U season. Like, he is a great off the dribble shooter, or at least he has it within him to be a great off the dribble shooter, especially kind of in that 16 to 20 foot range. He's a really, really high level process and decision maker. I think he's a better defender than he gets credit for. So I'm all in on this pick with the Hornets. You could tear the rest of this roster down, and I'd still think like this was, no matter who else was on the floor or on the board or who else is on your team, this was the right pick to me. You take Con because he is the best guy in this draft, in my opinion, outside of Cooper Flag. And you take that guy as high as you can. Sam with the great pull. Anyways, Coop, Stone, what are your guys' thoughts on Con here before the Jazz make their pick at 5?
Yeah, quick shout out to Corbin, Sam, everything Cavs being in the chat. Thanks for coming in. Wolves, of course, per every year. There's so many Knipple brothers. Holy, I think this is as good a pick as you can get for the Hornets. Like, this is the level of processor that they don't have in a way that they don't have, because I do think LaMelo is actually a legitimately good, like great processor, but I think Con's a different processor in the way that he doesn't need the ball in his hands to the degree that LaMelo does to make such great reads. That backcourt together, if LaMelo's there long term, I think is a really interesting backcourt. I think that both of them obviously have deep range, can space the floor off the dribble, have really good touch. Like, I really like this backcourt a lot. Defensively, I think you probably want some more insulation on the wings than they currently have. I like Brandon Miller. I don't love Brandon Miller. And I think that, that this creates a little bit of an issue on the perimeter defensively. But I do think that, that backcourt pairing is awesome. This is as good a fit as you can get. I would say it redeems last year's pick, but I'm not quite sure that's redeemable. So I do think this is as good a pick as they could have had at 4, though.
This is it almost is so out of the blue that it makes me doubt if Con is actually like a top 3 guy.
Real quick, that's the issue, right? Is, do we actually trust the Hornets to
we think this every year?
Here's my pushback. Here's my pushback is I think Con is a good enough player that it like I don't think you can mess him up, right? Like, no, because he can do what you ask him to do. And this is a team that is so devoid of guys to make decisions with the ball, because I don't think Brandon Miller, is going to develop in that way. Like, he is right now their best decision maker, on the team in the half court. LaMelo Ball is obviously a great transition passer, but he's their best rim pressure guy in the half court and their best decision maker. Like, and again, while this team's like how good they actually are is a question, they could be like a top 3 seed in the East next year, in my opinion, like as crazy as that sounds, because the East is completely wide open. And they might just have like the best shooting trio like in a long time. Like, Con, LaMelo, Brandon Miller that's an insane trio of shooters. But the pick is in with the Jazz. But Coop, do you have any other than you don't even know how good Con is now? Do you have any thoughts here?
They're little jewel tone suits. They're so cute. All the knipples and they're monotone.
The fine knipples.
Oh my god, they're actually so cute. That is so funny. I love this. I love Con. I think if anybody, like, they needed to be taking guys like this who were just so obvious that like they cannot be messed up. And I do think to some degree, Con is such a good player. I think he starts for them day one. I think he's pretty unassailable in that spot. If you had to pick between him and Brandon Miller, I'd pick him over Brandon Miller. Like, without a second thought. He's that good. So I really hope this changes their luck. I do think if they can find a way to really utilize some more off-ball screening, get a real good screener at the 4, get Brandon Miller into more types of jumpers that he likes, this could be a really interesting team. Just ship off Miles Bridges and get an actual good player like John Collins at the 4 and see how it looks.
What are the odds that the Jazz here at 5 take someone I like? Do they take
Zero.
Derek
They go
Queen
to
or
zero.
Gaspar Siakachonis?
I think it's
No.
fears or ace.
It's. I'm gonna say it's.
If it's Ace, I am
It's
gonna find a way to make a positive swing. Just so we're on the same page.
It's
The
Devin.
pick is in. Here comes
Okay,
Adam.
here we go. Yep. Big bald head on the screen. Let's go, baby. Get Karl Malone off there. Jesus.
Wow.
Ace Bailey.
Wow.
Okay. I'm going to give it the positive spin. I don't care. Okay. Here's the positive spin. The Jazz.
Corbin can sleep now.
The Jazz needed some type of star bet here. Is this the star bet I love? No. But I do think that Ace just being an actual wing kind of matters for the Jazz. They have big bets. They have like a forward bet. They have I like Isaiah Collier a lot. And I think Isaiah Collier is way better than Jeremiah Fears. So I'm very happy that we didn't take Fears. And I think above all else, that's what I'm going to leave this draft with. Let's build around Ace Bailey, Kyle Filipowski, and Isaiah Collier. But I don't love Ace here. Coop, I'll let you get the negative take. But for what it's worth, I think he can shoot at as 6'8", 6'9". I think Will Hardy is a hell of a coach to potentially turn Ace Bailey into more of like a true off-ball scorer, which is what he needs to be. Let's run some nasty stuff to get him cuts, to get him movement shots, to get him, all that type of stuff. And then let's tank next year so we can have one of Boozer DeBonsta or Darren Peterson, because that's really what matters. Coop, ruin my day, please.
You actually distracted me with all of your
Mormon KD is insane.
I really just I can't get behind this pick. It's insane. I have Ace in the second rounder. Anywhere in the first round, I think would kind of be a stretch for me. But this especially, just you have nowhere to go. You what is he gonna do for this team that they don't already have a better player to do? Is he a better off the dribble scorer than Jordan Clarkson right now? No. Is he a better off ball shooter than Lauri Markkanen or he's not even a better prospect than Taylor Hendricks? You just fired a multiple scouts because you fucked up the Cody Williams pick last year, and then you're going to take Ace Bailey at fucking 5. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my God. Nightmare scenario.
I think I was the highest on Ace. I think Ace is obviously, as we've stated, I don't think there's star outcomes for Ace. I think there's really valuable role player outcomes that Ace can provide. I don't love it this high necessarily, but I think that if any coach can do it, Hardy's one of the few coaches that can materialize that. I just question if the Jazz have the roster infrastructure that leads them to believe that Ace is not a star. Do they don't have anybody established there necessarily as the lead guy. And I think that because of that, there might be a front office pressure to make Ace that. And that concerns me. But I do think that Will Hardy's a good enough coach to hopefully, see that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, I do think that that Ace, the fallback is that this is a guy who can hopefully contribute to a playoff team that is built around a better player. And I think that is the actual hope. I don't think there's I don't think there's any way Ace is the best player on a real playoff team at any point in his career, and I'm not going to fool myself into that. I mean, I had him at 18 on my board, but for what it's worth, of all the reaches, this is not the worst one the Jazz could have done. And so, I'm giving myself that, I'm fine. Yes, they missed on Cody Williams. That was a bad pick. I'm fine adding another wing to the tool chest. I like Bryce Sensabaugh still. If Taylor Hendricks was healthy, I'd like him still. Ace as another bet in that realm. Okay, I guess. No one on this team other than Isaiah Collier to me feels for sure future part of the next good Jazz team. I think maybe Filipowski, but even he, I think, is fairly limited in a lot of ways. I think this is about as good a situation as there could be for Ace Bailey to develop in the way he needed to, because I think maybe it'll wake him up a little bit if he has like a really bad rookie year. And you guys are laughing your asses off. I don't know.
Wolves put soaking wet jumper incoming after he went to Utah.
You guys are disgusting. And Wolves, you are encouraging this. This is absolutely
That was so good
during our draft live show. But yeah, we just lost 2 viewers for that shit. We deserve that. Anyways, Bailey. Yeah, I mean, listen, this is not the pick I would have made. Now, no one would have made the pick I would have made because I would have taken Kasparas Yakachonis or Derek Queen. Probably Derek Queen, honestly. I think I prefer Queen to the Jazz slightly. And no one would have done that, and I understand that. Now we're at this interesting point at 6. Stone, is this Trey Johnson or is this Jeremiah Fears at 6?
That's tough. That's really tough. I'm gonna lean Trey Johnson here because I think that they could use the spacing, especially after trading Poole out. I don't know what their long term thoughts are as far as, you know, CJ, Marcus Smart is there, Chris Middleton is there, like all these random weird vets. But as far as like going along with their young core, I think from their perspective, obviously I'm much lower on Trey, but from their perspective, I think they're missing this go-to scorer on that team. And if they view Trey as such, then I think that he's, you know, probably the best bet as opposed to Fears here.
This is, again, where I'm at a point. If you're not going to take Yakachonis or Derek Queen, which I think they should just, again, like Coop did in the mock, I think they should just take Queen, but that's obviously not going to happen. I'd rather take just like probably Trey Johnson, I guess, or Noah Songate, one of those 2 guys if I'm not going to take Queen. Trey Johnson over Fears for sure. I mean, listen, Fears is going to end up going way higher than I would take him, and I kind of want him to just get drafted so we can get that conversation over with, to be honest. But, you know, Fears, I do think that the especially after trading Poole, the Wizards could fool themselves into thinking that what they need is a point guard instead of realizing that what they need is just good basketball players. This is a team that is devoid, and I shout out Matt Paterno, who I love to death. One of my favorite basketball people I ever talked to.
One of the funniest people ever, too.
Just the greatest. So I'm sorry to say this, but the Wizards just do not have very many good basketball players, nor do they have a ton of players I project to be particularly good basketball players. Sarr and Bilal Coulibaly, I think, are really fun bets to potentially be contributors on future good basketball teams. I don't think either of them are good bets to be stars on good basketball teams. So the pick is in, so let's see here. The Washington Wizards at 6 will select Trey Johnson. Stone, you called it. I much prefer this pick to Jeremiah Fears, for whatever that's worth. I like this pick actually quite a bit. Moving off of all this, I think Trey Johnson is like the best shooter that we've seen at his age in a long, long time, while also being legitimately 2-guard sized. I think, again, as like a star bet, I don't like it at all. But as someone who's going to provide space for your Bilal Coulibalys, your Alex Sarrs, your Bub Carringtons and Keyshawn Georges, whatever, I do think that he is a really great fit to potentially contribute to winning in time. Even if I don't think he is much of really much of a star bet at all. Though I do think that there is an outlier world where he is such a good shooter that he kind of becomes a star based on that and not much else. Your hope is that he can either develop defensively or develop a bit more of a passing game. I don't think there's ever going to be much more of a downhill driving game that develops, but I prefer this to if they had drafted than the last pick where the Jazz took Ace Bailey. Like, I think that Trey Johnson is a better shooter, and even though he's not the level of like athlete, like I think he's a better decision maker, a better bet to be like a passable on-ball defender. So I don't hate this pick. Stone, I know you really don't like Trey Johnson, so yeah. Sam Wilson says Stone, your 73rd player going number 6 overall. Talk about why you don't like this pick.
I mean, this is basically similar to Cooper and Ace, right? With the last pick, which is I think Cooper had Ace 30. I have Trey 30. It's just too the value gap is too big for me to even just try to justify it. To be honest, like I know the perception of him is just something I do not see. Like even if I squint really really hard, I cannot see Trey being this star bet. And even if he's not that, I don't find him very valuable. Um, so the value gap is just too big, right? Like I can't justify taking the 30th guy on my board at number 6. It's too high of a pick to mess up that much according to my board, and obviously it's messing up subjectively. But I can't find reasoning to just like there's no process to me here that allows this to be an acceptable pick. But I know that obviously I'm the outlier here with as opposed to everybody else.
Yeah, I just think that Trey is going to stick in the league for a long time because I think he can really fucking shoot. And I think there are questions as to just how valuable he can be. But I think especially for like such a young player and a young team, I think Trey is great, again, with the idea that this probably isn't our star player, but he will make developing whoever that star is much easier. Bilal Coulibaly will have space, but also Jordan Poole's not just going to have the ball in his hands all the time. And if we draft DeBonsta or Darren Peterson, they will have space because Trey can, well, he would really struggle as a 3. As a 2, Trey can shoot, and he's at least big enough that you could play him with another 2 if that guy could guard a little bit, right? And I think this is a fine kind of a bet to actually be someone who contributes to a rotation and helps you develop players and can be a player on the next great Wizards team, even though I don't think this is much of a star bet. Though I'm sure Wizards fans will.
Who just
Congressman KD is hilarious.
Trey Johnson to the Wizards, Coop.
That's kind of spicy. I don't know. They're putting in that ultimate infrastructure for that superstar next offseason. That's why it's funky.
Why not just draft Kobe Bryant in the second round?
Oh my God, bro. You're such a hater. Maybe because Kobe Bryant can't fucking dribble and didn't drag an SEC team kicking and screaming into the fucking tournament. Kobe Bryant was like the 5th best player on his own goddamn team.
I think we do. I think we do underrate just how nasty that Texas team was in some ways. And I say this as still a Tremont Mark fan. That while Trey Johnson did not contribute in other aspects of the stat sheet, which is obviously a worry, I do think that he was. Kobe Bryant didn't go to King's College. That's great. I do think that it's important to note that Trey Johnson played in awful spacing. I think that really muted his passing. Now, again, would that have made him a good downhill driver? No, I don't think he has a ton of downhill driving in his game. Even though he's a good vertical athlete in terms of his testing, I don't think he's very explosive off the dribble, and I don't think he accesses that verticality particularly well. I do think that he is just a really, again, I just think he is the best shooter we've seen in a while. And so I understand what you're saying about Brea, but I do think there's magnitudes to this whole shooting thing. And I think he's about as good a 6'6", 18-year-old shooter as maybe has ever been around in basketball. Like, the best shooters this age.
Con Kidnipple exists. I'm just kidding.
Con is like a year and a half older than, or at least a year older than.
Yeah.
And that's like, and I'm with you on Con. I actually think Con is a worse shooter. Con is a better player and a better prospect because he can really process. He's a better off-ball mover. But, like, just in terms of pure, like, stand him up, knock him down, range, movement, pull-up ability, like, very few players have had the track record of Trey Johnson. The last guy that I could think of is Adrian Griffin. And Griffin had a weirder form, right, and weirder biomechanics, and he missed more time with injury. Trey Johnson has been fairly healthy and has consistently been a great shooter. across levels. And he did that this year while being the only guy that other teams had to guard from three on this Texas team. I mean, Jordan Pope, I guess you had to guard from three, but Jordan Pope just couldn't set guys up. So I don't know. I think it's interesting. Coop, what do you think happens here at 7?
This is where I have literally no feel. I guess maybe they could take Fears. I guess this is. Oh.
Is this Malawatch?
I called that shit. I called that shit, baby.
Wow.
Stink.
Okay. So Fears at okay. Why did they just trade for Jordan Poole if they're going to draft Jeremiah Fears? I mean, I guess it's because you don't want to bet on a rookie to actually play real minutes, but Jeremiah Fears is a player that needs time to develop. Like, I don't think he's going to do well just sitting on the bench. Stone, I'm going to mute you because we can hear you thinking in the background. Jeremiah Fears is not a guy you just want to rot on the bench. I think he needs time to play. This feels eerily reminiscent of the Kyra Lewis Jr. pick, but I think Fears is probably a worse prospect than Lewis was. And, listen, I'm really low on Fears. I want to give some positive spin. He is an incredibly creative ball handler. I think he projects as someone who can be a really dynamite transition player. But I just, for this type of player, for him to not be a very good shooter, nor be the type of off-the-dribble shooter that I really buy, and for him to be kind of a slow processor in terms of his passing and ability to read the floor, he's really good at reading his situation one-on-one. But I don't know. There's just not a ton I latch onto here. And for this to be your bet at 7 when you're not a team that's going to give him the keys early. Like, again, I don't want to do a team-to-team comp or anything. I don't want to scout the helmet. But if your hope is that this is Trae Young, well, Trae Young had a rookie season to be on a bad team where he just got the ball all the time. Like, the Pelicans aren't going to do that. So I don't necessarily like what's the plan here? I'm just not sure. I want Fears to succeed. I really like he's a really fun player to watch. I like the combo of youth and ability to kind of be physical as a driver. But I don't think he is a particularly serious basketball player right now. So I don't know. I think I really struggle with this pick. Stone, you're a little higher on Fears. So how do you feel about Fears at 7?
It's not the best. Stop distracting me. It's not the best. I like Fears as a prospect. I like him as a star bet. I don't know if that is achievable in New Orleans right now. It's too difficult to say, right? Like, this is a team that's too much in flux, but I do like the perimeter insulation he has defensively. I think that's important. If this is a player that they view going forward as a star bet and they're willing to put the time and resources into getting that sort of outcome, I'm interested and I'm intrigued. But I think there's got to be some roster alterations to get to that point.
Which I think there fully will be, if I had to guess, after the Jordan Poole trade already. Poole and Fears in the same backcourt is going to be so gross. Oh my god, the worst.
My thing is though are they going to share the floor together at all? Because while Murray will miss most of this season, like, you still imagine that's like in the long-term plans. And also, like, Jordan Poole gets talked about as an off guard, but really he plays with the ball in his hands, right? Like, I don't know. This is just such a weird pick. To me, it's like almost confirmation bias for me, where it's like, oh man, a team that's just like one of the worst, most incompetent teams ever drafts a player that I'm low on. Like, how does that make me feel? Like, it's like I had the cognitive dissonance with the Hornets drafting Khan, but now it's like, well, with these guys taking Fears, I can tell myself like, oh, I did a good job. But I more than anything feel bad for Fears, right? Like, I just think it's a rough.
I have to ask you,
Did you see the report that Ace did not want to go to Utah? They drafted him anyways.
I mean, who would want to go to
That
Utah?
doesn't surprise me.
That doesn't surprise me at all, but it's just like how, like you could tell. I was looking at his face as he goes up on stage. He looked pissed. he looked.
I'll say this as someone who will root for Ace Bailey, and I want to have a good career and everything. And I think the draft at its whole is kind of anti-worker, right? Like as a true leftist and a union guy, like I think it's wrong that we have a draft where guys get selected in this way. But also, the coach in me is like, what makes you think you're in a place where you can just say, "Fuck it, I don't want to go," like where you're wanted, like. I don't know. I hope, again, I'm not really saying anything in that way. This is the type of thing that works itself out if a player is good enough, right? Like if a player is good enough and a team is invested in him, then this thing will work itself out. But if not, then yeah, I mean, it's obviously unfortunate, but also I don't think Ace Bailey is enough of a needle mover to really change much. I'm already tired of seeing the Jason Tatum comps for him, though. That's not a fan of that. He's probably closer in prospect to Gershon Yabusele, who was also a Danny Ainge draft pick. So, no. Again, I'm hoping all the best for Ace, and obviously as a Jazz fan, I wanted to succeed. But also just in terms of, it would be fun for like, believe it or not, I like guys who can like just cook off the dribble too. Like I think it's cool when these 6'9" dudes take jab step tween pull up jumpers from 20 feet. Like if that could actually be efficient offense, that would be super cool. But the pick is in here for the Nets, which this is the first of 5 first-round picks for them, I believe. And I'm really interested to see where they go here. Stone, last second prediction for who they take at 8.
Yeah, really quick too, for anyone in the chat that does have their notifications on, put it in the chat if there's a trade at least, please, because that way we can stay up to date on that, because they don't announce it like until 20 minutes after. This is really where the draft blows up, but in terms of like just overall draft stock of value, it seems like Malawach is pretty heavily tied to that top 8. So I would go Malawach here, even though I don't think he's really like, the best fit there with who they have. But again, you're kind of viewing the Brooklyn Nets as a blank slate, I think, if you're them. But here comes Big Bald.
All right, here we go. The pick is in with the 8th pick. The Brooklyn Nets select.
Oh my gosh.
Jaeger.
Oh my gosh. There's no way. This is going to be a rough one, fellas.
Yeah, so this is the first pick where I don't think any of us will have anything positive to say. At least Spears. Stone has a positive mindset on that. Trey Johnson, I had a positive mindset on that. I don't think Jaeger Demon's very good. I think that while I will root for him, I don't want to throw anyone under the bus. I hope nothing but the best for him. I think he is so oversold by that assist rate, which was made up so much of BYU running the nastiest stuff imaginable, and Jaeger Demon just kind of standing there with the ball and then being like, "Oh man, that guy is wide open under the rim. I'll just throw him the ball." Like obviously, like there's some stuff there. He ran a lot of pick and roll. There was some funk in terms of his. Sam, that's a good one. I'm going to clap it up for you on that. There's some stuff like he ran pick and roll. He's an okay vertical athlete, and he took a shit ton of jump shots. Now, he has never been a good shooter. When we did our scout on him, I noted that I went back and watched older stuff. It's not like he was ever some good shooter. He just has always taken a lot of them. If he could become a good shooter, like I think this is like a slightly worse version of Josh Giddey. Is that someone you really want to aid? I'm not sure. But these guys who, I don't think have a ton of scoring gravity, but also really aren't that elite level of passer that reach like that Tyrese Halliburton level, I think really struggle. And when Yakichonis eventually gets drafted, we'll talk about it. Someone brought up that Yakichonis and Demon to them both kind of reminded him of Giddey. And I will give my pushback onto why I think that Yakichonis is a much better player than that. But yeah, I mean, Demon here, I think this is a pretty bad pick. I think this is a team that generally has kind of reeked of some types of like man, they make crazy good trades, but then they're never actually particularly good. They can never actually figure out what's going on. I don't think the Brooklyn Nets have like a great draft record. Again, Demon size plus decision making is good. He can at least kind of dribble. If he can shoot, I think there's a path here. But I just don't have anything here.
It's a second round flyer to me, and it's basically like Ace Bailey to Cooper and Trey Johnson to me. Like the pick is too high to justify this sort of value for where we have him on our board, and I don't think there's a process that would be able to justify it.
Yeah, there's no world where he can dribble against any NBA level defender. He could barely score on Mark Sears in an isolation with a pick and roll, with a screener. He could not do anything against anybody that wasn't, bottom 5 comp. I don't have the stats pulled up right now. Basically, every single one of his stats was put up against a bottom 50 opponent or a non-power 5, like a non-D1 opponent. Like he was bum slaying to the highest degree, and then the rest of the year stunk. I saw him live. He is not a good basketball team. He's not a good basketball player. He just can't do anything. He hit like 2 threes in the tournament, and that's like half the sell. 2 3-pointers. Like what are we? He's 6'9", but he can't.
He had that one really cool layup where he like faked a lob pass and then Euro stepped and finished with his.
Ahmed does that 10 times a game. This is you're talking about a highlight that like real players do all the fucking time, and it's just like Giddey can dribble. Giddey can dribble a basketball. Say what you will about Giddey. He can get in there. He can grab rebounds. He can push the pace in transition. Like being the being the Chris Chiozza of Josh Giddey's should not get you taken in the lottery because Josh Giddey's are cool prospects. Like what are we? I'm astonished, but really not that surprised with some of the other picks that the Nets have taken the last few years. They just don't get it. I don't think so.
For what it's worth, the Wolves, he shot 18% his last season at Real. The season before that, he shot 43% from 3. The last season, he shot 18%. But the season that he shot 43%, he also shot 40% from the field. So, he's just not good enough to justify taking this high.
I was just looking through it on Synergy. He has basically never had a stretch for any team where he has been an above-average shooter, except for 2 years ago for Real Madrid on a total of 36 catch-and-shoot jump shots. He shot 62.5% effective field goal rate. So that was super low volume. I don't think there's much latch on there with him as a shooter, other than the fact that he was just willing to take a ton. But it's not like Yakachonis where, he might not have made them, but he was at least taking like complex ones and like he was taking them off the dribble. He was taking step backs and everything. Like he took off the dribble shots, but it's not like he was like, creating a ton of space for him. I think, he's probably a better bet to shoot than like Giddey was, but only marginally, and he's a worse handler and a worse passer and everything. So, sorry, go ahead.
This is Malawach, but they showed him on TV. His reaction doesn't look like it's Malawach.
It's a Songay.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it's not Malawach, it's a Songay.
I feel like it has to be a Songay here.
Watch it be Cedric Coward.
Dude, they have their pick of like absurdly mid forwards this year, so I'm
maybe it's
if it's Malawach, I actually will like that. If it's Yakachonis, I'll love it. Like obviously Yakachonis and Queen are the top guys on my board, but I obviously want to discount that. It seems like that's not where their value is. And the truth is, again, as much as we love Queen pissed teams off. Like teams are not happy with Queen with him. It feels like he dogged the combine, like he didn't give a shit. And there's already a question with him being an older guy who kind of dominates physically that like that's just not a good sign of his work ethic. Like he's never improved enough as a jump shooter. And like there's all these off the court questions with Queen in terms of like, does he actually care? All this stuff. But I do think that it could potentially be like so discounting those two guys, Malawach or Asonge, I would like both of those picks here. Colin Murray Boyles, I'd like a little less. I think that's almost too much of a cliche for these guys. Like, do we really need to do worse Scotty Barnes on this team? But Molilock I would like here. I think this is a really fun fit for him in just that this is a team that can get out and run a little bit, and then he can kind of be like a half-court finisher, even in tight spaces. Like, something that people underrate with Molilock is that even if he does make shots or whatever, like, the real benefit with him is that even if you have bad spacing, like, he's just so massive and his touch is so good that he will just finish anyways. Like, if you just throw it up, like, he'll just catch it and find a way to finish because he has really soft, solid touch on the interior, good proprioception inside. He just dunks all the time.
I think it's CMB.
Anyways, here's the pick. At 9, the Toronto Raptors will select. It is CMB, Colin Murray Boyles. Stone, go ahead and tell us why you really like this before Coop and I kind of give some of the negatives.
I don't. Not for the Raptors. I like Colin Murray Boyles a lot as a player. I think that, defensively, he can play the 4 or the 5. I think he's super strong. That the strength is just so outlier that I think it's getting under discussed personally. I think defensively he's extremely high feel. There's a lot of reasons why he's like coming out, I think, super high on a lot of analytic models. And I think he just has such a high level of feel on both ends of the court. I think he needs space to really hit the high thresholds that I had hoped for him. And I don't think the Raptors can supply that with the current roster that they have. I really like Colin Murray Boyles, the player. It's much more difficult for him to achieve the outcomes that I had hoped for him to going onto this roster.
Go ahead. Coop.
Sorry, I'll say a quick thing. I don't see how adding another funky strength-based creator who can't shoot is like the move in this class where you need to fit like somebody else around all these guys who you very obviously like because you are paying them hundreds of millions of dollars to start. Like, Colin Murray Boyles does not fit with a single player on this team. There are no guys to run DHOs or come up with DHOs on this entire. Maybe Grady Dick, and maybe who they draft last year, the Baylor dude.
Jacoby Walter.
Yeah,
that's my biggest issue is like, why does this team like they only draft 2 kinds of players? They draft bad shooting guards or even side like
Masai needs to see a therapist.
I like Grady Dick, but like Jacoby Walter, like all these guys that are the same type of player, or it's like these long forwards that
it's Terrence Ross, Norman Powell, or it's Pascal Siakam and OG Anunoby, and there's no in between. There's no fitting them together. There's no connectors, no point guards other than Jamal Shed. Jamal Shed will save them.
So my biggest the biggest disconnect I have with draft Twitter on CMB is that I like the defense much less than most because I don't think he's quite vertically athletic enough to be like an elite rim protector, and I don't think he is like he moves his feet well enough to be like a true switch guy. And I've been wrong on defensive wings before. I brought it up today a couple times. Tamani Kamara, right? I always feel like that's one of my biggest regrets in the draft is that I missed on Tamani Kamara. And so that's like always a frustrating one for me. But I have to stick true to my evaluation in that I just don't think he's that good of a mover. And as intelligent as he is, like I don't think he can cover ground well enough to be like this crazy fly around reactive guy. I think he needs some serious changes in his hip mobility in a way that is similar to like what Pascal Siakam went through, or OG Anunoby. That's what I meant, not Pascal. OG Anunoby went through that where like he was super stiff coming out of Indiana, and he really did improve his hip fluidity. So if Toronto thinks they can do that, and he can be that type of lockdown wing defender, because I still don't think he'll ever be like a true switch guy. But if he can guard the other team's wing, if he can be quick enough to stay in front of them, he has the strength to be really effective, and he has the motor to be really effective. But I've just always had my issues in terms of his actual effectiveness in terms of translation to the NBA because of where the athleticism level is. For what it's worth, offensively, yeah, I have my questions about this, not just because of the spacing, but something I've grown, like, I don't think he's a 5 offensively, even though he can post up and everything. Like, I think he is like a Jalen Johnson, Scotty Barnes type offensively, where like he should have the ball and really attack downhill all the time. And that becomes really hard even if he bumps his guy out of the way, if there's 2 other guys standing in the paint to block his shot, right? I don't think he's a great kick out passer. And yeah, I just, I really wanted to like this pick. I wanted to like what the Raptors did here. And CMB is a guy that I've really struggled with. He's 18 on my board, but I feel like that's or 17 on my board, excuse me. But I feel like that's too low. I've thought consistently, like, this is a guy I should love. Like, I should be so high on CMB, and I just haven't for whatever reason. And I just don't like this fit. I don't think it's a good development context for him. He's gonna have to beat someone out for minutes, and like, are you gonna play him next to Scotty Barnes? Is he gonna play the 5? Like, are you gonna play RJ Barrett, Scotty Barnes, Colin Murray Boyles as your 3, 4, 5? Like, that's nasty, dude. Like, that can't be the idea with Emmanuel Quickly and Grady Dick as your 1-2. It's crazy work. But I don't know. I want to like CMB. I want to like this pick, but I just can't get here. Stone, what do you think happens here with the Suns? Who are they taking?
This is really interesting. Malawach still being there, like, I think it's really tough for them to pass on him there. Carter Bryant, I think, is in play here. And that has nothing to do with the Arizona connection. I think he just is a very Sunsy pick. But yeah, Malawach to me it's really difficult to see them passing him up right here.
I think there's a really real world they take a Songay here. I think that's kind of my worry if I'm them, is you take
Or Danny Wolf.
dude, I can't. We have to imagine they pick a good player, right? At least Songay is like better than Danny Wolf.
Trade. Okay. Charlotte Hornets are trading Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns for the 29th pick and a 2029 first round pick. So doesn't have to do with this.
Well, it does kind of. I think
it does, in that it makes Malawach way less likely, right?
Yeah.
For what it's worth, I like that move for the Hornets. I think Mark Williams is not very good. He's a good offensive center.
Sorry, they got what for him?
The 29th pick and a 2029 first round pick. It doesn't say how protected it is, but I think you're completely. I think so. I think you're completely reasonable.
Right?
You're completely reasonable to bet on that Suns team being awful in 2029. And I think the Hornets should build around this trio that they have. Like, I could even consider trading LaMelo and just say, I want the best shooting 2-3 in the league, and everything else will just kind of figure out, like, whatever.
Oh, here we go.
Okay. Anyways, the Suns here are picking
Here,
Colin Malawach. Okay.
He does
Now
not
I'm
look
confused.
happy. He.
No, I think he's super happy. I think he's like,
Okay, sorry, my bad. Misread that.
No, man. So first off, very happy for Malawach, and more importantly, really happy for the NBA Academy Africa, which has been, a really important endeavor. And I don't want to get too into this, but changes a lot of lives for the better, and that is something that matters. And I think this is their first real big success, right? I thought it could have been a Boogity. That never quite worked out. And this is a huge success. There are very few players in this draft that I will root for more than Colin Malawach.
His reaction.
It's really interesting to trade for Mark Williams and then draft Malawach. Not that Malawach has to start or anything, but like, what is your goal? Because Mark Williams is about to be properly paid. I think this is Mark Williams' last year on his rookie deal, if I remember correctly. So you're going to pay a center for 3 more years after this to develop Malawach behind him. Like, and again, like, fit doesn't matter. Take the best player. If Malawach is the best player, I'm all for it. But you also want to try and win for some weird reason next year. Okay, I can handle that. But I don't know. I like this pick in like for like a value in a vacuum, probably not the pick I would have made again. But I really question what the Suns are doing. I think this is another team that's organizational incompetence is frustrating. But I do find this to be an interesting pick, and I think Malawak is a guy that if the Suns did decide to tear shit down, could be a guy who is a really interesting build-around guy because he can fit offensively around just about anybody. But I don't know. I don't know what this team's plan is. Stone, Coop, you guys have any reactions to Malawak at 10?
I mean, my reaction is to his reaction. Like that's a really moving reaction from him. Definitely rooting for him. Are we sure Malawak stays a Sun after the Mark Williams trade happened like right before this?
No, I do think that's a good point. I think there is a real chance that this is we don't really want to pick anyone here at 10. Which of these players is most likely to have just kind of the most like flat value across the league? And I think Malawak is probably like the highest value guy left, right? Like I think that's absolutely fair. That they don't actually love anyone here. They just wanted to take the best player they could, and just say, hey, eventually this will be dangled value because they don't believe in rookies and everything. But we'll see. But I will say that this pick at 11 is super interesting, and I'm shooting my shot that this is one of Carter Bryant or Cedric Howard. Coop, any thoughts here at 10 for Malawak?
I do agree with you, just real quick, at 11, that this is probably a win-now player because the Blazers think they're way better than they actually are.
They have Drew Holiday.
47 true shooting king, Drew Holiday. He'll really help this team. Malawak here, I kind of hope he gets to go to the Suns and just kind of gets to be the guy. I think they're going to trade Devin Booker, and as much as there's a lot of people who see a lot more upside in Malawak than I do, and I think him on Toronto would have been a waste. He would have been their backup center and sent down to do fuck all in the G League, and it would have been annoying. Or him in New Orleans, where they're so in flux and they don't really know what they're doing. The Suns are a mess, and the Suns are like very obviously a mess, but they have guys like Tyus Jones. They have these point guards who can set him up, get him into his game, do his thing. If they decide to keep Booker and try and retool around him, I think him and Booker could have a really like him and Khan kind of plus chemistry that I think could be really cool. There's just some really fun stuff for him. He could like actually try and space. He has all the room in the world to do whatever he wants. And for my Rockets fans, we'll finally get to see Jalen Green play with a real lob threat. That's what the Jigglers have been asking for years. We'll see if Dude, wait, you don't know that? You don't know that term?
Dude, I am not on Rockets Twitter. No.
Dude, you don't know the term Jiggler? Oh, dude, that's what because there's this tweet that's like Jalen Green doesn't even like to play basketball or something. He just likes to do his jiggly dancing. And it's like the most fucking it's homophobic. It's probably racist. It's all this stuff. But then he picked up the name. Now his fans are all called the Jigglers. So, so yeah, I'm glad I got to educate you guys on that because you're really coming into my culture.
We lost another listener. But just I don't want to. So okay, I am. So for what it's worth, a little word on the protection of that Suns pick. According to Nate Duncan, the first round pick going to Charlotte would have to be the lowest of Minnesota, Cleveland, and Utah. So Phoenix has now traded 3 picks to Charlotte in the last 4 months. So
I don't hate that for Phoenix then. That's a low first.
It's not some crazy guy pick. I will say I don't want to say who was drafted. I am cheating right now because I want to be the guy to tell you guys trades. But just so we're aware, the 11th pick is going to be a Memphis Grizzly. He will not be a.
Can you tell us what the trade was?
No.
Okay, that spoils it.
Literally right now I don't know, but
you just know it's going to be a Grizzly.
Oh, you know the player though. Wait. Okay, I just saw the player. I just saw it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Don't look That's why
I'm not looking.
I'm setting myself up to
Wolves.
But anyways, we'll see here with the Trailblazers picking. But yeah, it'll go to. We still haven't heard.
Is this
what
a
the?
Carter
I'm guessing
Bryant?
it's the other two. It's the other two first round picks that the
Here
Grizzlies
it
have.
is.
Right? Don't the
It's
Grizzlies have-
Carter Bryant, I think.
All right.
Oh.
He's announcing a different one, not this one. Yeah.
Bro,
this
you're
is-
so late.
Yeah, this is how this shit always works.
I can't stand how late they are on these. Oh, here we go.
The Memphis Grizzlies select Cedric Coward.
Wow.
Dude.
So I was right about who was
Wow.
picked here.
Yeah.
So listen, this is a huge reach on my board, right? I want to say that I understand why Coward is viewed so highly, and I think that had I been more involved in like the way the NBA processes work, I probably would be higher on him. My biggest question with him is I just don't think he's the level of defender that he's being sold as. But the truth is, there are not a ton of 6'6" with 7'2" wingspan guys that have jump shots that look this good and are considered this high level human being type guys. Now I'll be honest, him going at 11 feels very like Jerome Robinson-esque. Like, I can't lie, that's like a huge worry for me, is that this is just like a complete bust here at 11. Now, for what it's worth, most famous Coug of all time, Klay Thompson, was also the 11th overall pick back in the day. I don't love this pick. I think it's funny that the Grizzlies have now 2 straight years drafted a WSU Coug, despite a WSU like Coug shooting guard. So I don't know. It's just, I think Howard is a fine bet to make shots in the NBA. I think he's a fine bet to do some things well defensively, even if I don't think he is a particularly great rotator or a lockdown guy. Like, you're never going to attack him. He can be passable. And there is like some star upside in that the handle funk is really weird. Like, he's a really weird ball handler. But I don't know. There's just nothing I'm crazy locked into here. So anyways, the Grizzlies are sending number 16, a 2028 first round pick via Orlando, and then 2 seconds to Portland to move up. So,
Wait.
Portland
Wait.
moves back to 16
And gained a first.
and a first from Orlando.
That's
in
good.
2028.
That's good business.
So I like the
Seconds, which isn't bad.
especially. Listen, the truth is, especially if fucking Derek Queen is there at 16 and they take Derek Queen, they'll have won this draft.
Ooh. Yeah.
But yeah, no, definitely as a Coug fan, and I'm already getting text from my Coug fan friends. Very excited to have Jalen Wells and Cedric Coward on the same team. But I don't love this pick. Stone, Coop, do you guys have any thoughts on Coward here at 11?
I don't hate it nearly as much as the Trey Johnson or Demeen picks. There's reasoning. There's reasoning behind it that I can squint and see. I think he fills the shooting role, not one for one, obviously, but there's a shooting necessity after sending away Bane that I don't think they've entirely figured out. And my guess is they hope Coward fills that. I don't hate it because I think there's a fairly good process behind it. It's just not the value of pick that, like, he's 25th on my board. He's just not good enough value for me to take here, but I understand the process behind it for sure.
Memphis just desperately needs a real wing. They thought they had that in Vince. Vince, I think, has kind of struggled with injury stuff. They kind of thought they had it in Gigi. Gigi was not good in his sophomore season. He could not find a way to get minutes for them. Just have not found a way to get production from that wing spot around the rest of these guys. And, Wells has kind of stepped up, but there's only so much he can do. He's definitely 2-sized. The big thing about Coward, he is 3-4 sized. He can play the actual wing forward spot for you in a very real way. And, sometimes you just need a guy who can do what Coward can do. And Memphis kind of just desperately needs that. I think part of the Bane trade is just a huge belief in Jalen Wells and the guys you have. And if you can find a three who you can slot in offensively around Edie, around Jaren Jackson, around Ja, around Wells, I think this could be a really, really good trade for them. Even if he's just a bench guy, they need a 6'8" wing to throw at perimeter players. That is a huge reason why they lost games. They lost a ton of games, to the Rockets especially. Just not having any 6'8" help guys with long wingspans who are strong and just knock down shots. I'm lower on Coward than this. I really am. But I like the fit a lot. And it's a big reach. This was kind of his range. And I do like it's the very beginning of his range, but I can't be too upset about the pick.
I will say, as much as I like the process and I can understand it at 11, I think moving up 5 spots for the value of 1 first is a lot. That seems really expensive to me.
Yeah. But my thing is Memphis has won a ton of trades like this in the past so that you can afford to overpay and get your guy. And I disagree that this should be their guy. But
here, what I will say is that this is a bet at the right thing. I just don't think Coward is the right guy. And I would have much rather had taken Carter Bryant. Now, I think Carter Bryant is just as theoretical a shooter, where they have nice forms, but not crazy track record as jump shooters or anything. Listen, I think Coward is just so weird because he's been very good in the games he's played against bad competition, and then he's barely played against good competition. And I'm someone who I care less about competition leveling than a lot of people. But I do think his game is just sort of weird in how it's going to translate. It's easy to see there being weird paths to kind of star development here. I just don't think he's the type of athlete that takes. And I think he's much more of, again, if he shoots, he'll be a competent rotation player if he's a real shooter at the NBA level, because he'll, he's not going to get attacked and he'll make shots, and he's can exist in a scheme that's more based on ball movement and stuff. And he can provide space for Ja. That's really what matters. My question is he that good of a shooter for one? And are there paths to be a real high level starter? I'm just not sure what that looks like, other than he's a 3-and-D wing and the NBA likes 3-and-D wings. But for what it's worth, Coward or Wells, I think Wells is a much better defender. Coward is funkier though, for what it's worth. I had him below Neek, Carter Bryant by a whole tier. Then I had him in the same tier as Powell, but below fairly comfortably. Drake Powell, that is. So, I had Coward at 28. I don't hate this pick as much as I would normally hate a guy at 28 going at 11, because, again, this is a bet at, the right archetype. And, I can only get so mad at that. I just don't know how good of an actual basketball player Coward is right now.
I do agree, too, that, the stuff we don't get a ton of access to, the off-the-court stuff, Coward seems to be probably the best interview out of anybody in this entire class, and it's easy to see why a team could fall in love with him that much.
There's a lot of belief that he's just going to put the work into. So
this is
Yakachonis. The pick is in here with the Bulls at 12.
Ooh,
Noah Songay.
Noah Essengay. No pride in pronouncing the names,
the
man.
Guy that plays the exact same position as Matas Gonzalez.
Bulls fans.
Coop, I'm going to throw this to you first before I announce the trade that just happened. Not for Songay. It seems like Songay is a Bull. How do you feel about Songay here as
well? I don't know. I kind of hate it. I kind of like it. I kind of just get going for guy who you think could be Giannis. I guess that's kind of the sell if you're going to have a Songay really high on your board. It's just super athletic European, legit, big man size in a wings, feel for transition play and ball handling ability. I do think just getting more power forwards who can actually do stuff with the ball and give you an excuse to bench Patrick Williams, who's ostensibly the worst power forward in basketball, is a good thing. So I don't know. maybe I do think they can maybe kind of play together. You move Mattis to the 3, Matas to the 3, and you kind of see if you can get more out of him and Asange both rotating and help towards the wing. They could both kind of play that 4 role, kind of focus on Matas as your creator bed and Asange more is your off-ball guy and your cutter. But
for what it's worth, I'm perfectly fine. Like, I like Matas a lot. I had him was he number 1 on my board last year? I can't even remember. I liked him a lot. Like, I liked Matas a lot. And I still do. I think he had a perfectly good rookie season for what you would want. And he was bad as a rookie, but he is on the on the path to being a good player, I think. I still think it's fine. If you think Noah Asange is that good, like, he shouldn't block you from drafting another power forward. For me, and I like Asange a lot. I think he makes a lot of sense as just like a bet on a transition guy and all this stuff. For me, why wouldn't you take Derek Weaver as far as I don't want someone who is a good transition player, but is kind of a dependent guy right now, pure bet on tools and path of production. I want someone that I think can be a star. And I want Derek Queen, or I want Gaspar Siakam this year. I should have said that before, and I haven't. I've kind of held my tongue because again, those guys were falling and everything. This is the Queen range for me. This is the Jonas range. They should have taken one of those guys. This team has very few guards in the future. Listen, this will probably be a fun team to watch, like transition wise. Giddey, Asange, Buzelis is like a super fun transition team, but I like Asange, but it would not have been the pick for me. There is a trade we should announce quickly. The Atlanta Hawks are trading the 13th pick to the Pelicans for the 23rd pick, and this is really interesting. An unprotected 2026 first-round pick, which is the most favorable of New Orleans or Milwaukee. There is a world that is like a really juicy pick.
Can you say that one more time?
Yeah. The Hawks are trading pick 13 to the Pelicans for the 23rd pick and a 2026 first-round unprotected pick. That pick is the best of New Orleans and Milwaukee. If Zion is hurt next year and New Orleans sucks,
best of is crazy.
That might be the best pick that isn't doesn't belong to the team that has it in the league right now.
For 10 spots. For 10 spots in a shitty draft, unless you what?
Well, what? I will say the
shout out to the NBA pioneers, the
but
old heads.
Very, very, very interesting move.
Go ahead. So this is Carter Bryant, right?
Could be.
Also, I hate that Asange pick. That's
go ahead.
The Bulls are the Bulls are not the team to develop a player this theoretical. It's one of the worst developmental teams taking one of the most guys in need of development that's in this range is just it doesn't work. And so I'm even if I like Asange to some degree, I can't get behind the Bulls being the team to take him.
Yeah, no, I think that is perfectly fair. That this is absolutely a pick that could just go really south if this is not the right team to develop him. Especially is Billy Donovan the right coach? I do think either Asange needs to play in a team that's just gonna be crazy up tempo, or he needs to be in a pretty creative offense where he's being used in ways that set him up to attack hard to his right hand off pin downs and such, even though he's not a great shooter. So I'm really intrigued to see what that looks like. But again, this is one where more than anything I'm upset about the value. We're getting to the point you should be taking Jonas, and maybe Jonas has had bad workouts. Maybe I'll just look awful. I understand. I might just look awful for being so high on Jonas. I understand that I like the passing more than most, even though he turned the ball over a ton, and I buy the shooting upside more than most, even though he missed a lot of shots this year. But I really question not taking on-ball star bets here. And again, maybe Asange becomes that, and in which case this pick will look obviously incredible. But I'm just really, really interested to see what that looks like. At 13 here, I know the pick, but Coop, Stone, what do you guys? Obviously, Stone thinks it's Carter Bryant, but who do you guys think?
Everyone's Carter Bryant Wolves. If it's not Carter Bryant though for the Pelicans, if it's not Carter Bryant for the Pelicans, I think there's a case that it could be Derek Queen.
Is this Walter Clayton? Did they trade up and trade a shitty pick for Walter goddamn Clayton?
His
Is that-
Danny Wolf.
Stop saying that, dude. Well, who's falling? That's
Sorter makes some sense here.
no, because it has to be somebody who's falling.
Bryant, right?
Bryant is not falling. He
Oh.
stinks.
Derek Queen. He just announced it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, it was just.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Yeah. So it is Derek Queen. So Derek Queen at 13 on the
No.
Pelicans.
No, you're fucking kidding me.
So the Pelicans in this draft now leave with Fears and Derek Queen at 7 and 13. Listen, obviously value-wise, I love this, right? And I think the Pelicans are at a point where they should just take the best player because I think you should just probably burn this whole franchise down. To trade an unprotected 2026 pick to move up for Derek Queen, though,
insane.
If you're gonna do it for anybody, do it for the second best player in the fucking draft, baby. Let's
quickly,
go.
Quickly, while we're waiting on to see what the Spurs do, wax poetic about how good Queen is before we start talking about the weird questions of
Who'd they take earlier?
Fears.
Fears.
Oh, dude, I forgot about that. Fuck. Queen, the best advantage creator in the draft for my money, and a guy who can really capitalize on it, can really get downhill. I think he can shoot it long term. I don't think the defense is bad as a lot of people talk about. This is a guy who can really dribble, legit 6'10". He's absurdly strong, can really pass the ball, can run DHOs, can be the roll man. I think he has a really high floor as a roller. I do think he could make, a motor big like Yves Missi a lot more tangible as a real player. I think the two of them in a front court is a lot more interesting. Him with Trey Murphy could be really, really fun. Him making pass outs to Trey Murphy, the two of them running pick and rolls together, having Trey Murphy in the pick and pop with Derek Queen, handling the ball. There's a lot of possibilities. A guy like Herb Jones could really cover for him on the defensive end, but the difference in quality between the front court and the back court for this Pelicans team is insane. What are we doing? I love a lot of their front court players. I really like Herb. I think Herb, Trey, Queen as your 3-4-5 is a really unique and great front court that could really cover up for Queen's, defensive problems. You have a lot of length, you have a lot of size, a lot of mobility, but then you have Missi, who's like just a motor guy, and you have that backcourt that just cannot defend a fucking traffic cone and can't pass the ball and takes bad shots and has a really bad process. And it's just, what are we doing here? Like, what in the world leads you to draft both Fears and Queen? I get it. You got to take the swings at your guy, but you're giving up next year's probably lotto pick to take Queen and Fears in the same class. If they're the 2-3 on your board, go for it. But man, it's just really disheartening. Seeing a guy you really like go to the same team that drafted a guy you hate is really, really difficult.
Well, and also don't have if everyone is healthy, right? What's the path to minutes for Queen, right? I mean,
he starts over Missi.
Are they actually going to play him at center though? In which case, the defense on this team is just
well. What other centers do they have?
Not a ton. You're right. I mean, it's just Missi, but. That's my issue. Is
Zion and Queen is disgusting.
Yeah, that's like the worst defensive team in basketball, right? Like it's not even close. And listen, I like Queen a lot. I have him at 5. Like I'm not as high as Coop, but I'm very high. And I think that he makes a lot of sense if Zion is not actually going to play basketball for this team anymore, right? Like if Queen is the sort of replacement, I think, or the backup to him, and even there's stuff to be said there. But I'm at such a loss for what this team is doing. Yeah, like Sam says, no one's sweating Missi. Like he's not that good. But it's less about your belief in Missi, and it's more just I didn't think Derek Queen was really a center.
Pick us in.
Yeah, okay. The Spurs here at 14.
Carter Bryant.
Yeah. The Spurs select
Wow.
Carter Bryant.
That's an insanely good pick for this
Yeah.
team.
It makes me feel even better about the Dylan Harper pick, right? Like,
Oh, yeah.
now you're talking about a wing core of Carter Bryant, Devin Vassell. I'm guessing Keldon Johnson will probably get traded at some point, to be honest. But Dylan Harper fits into that. Steph Castle I don't love, but again he can at least actually defend, right? I was probably too low on it. But yeah, I really enjoy this pick. I think this is, again, what I preferred Jonas maybe, but like this is like just great, comfortable value here. A good bet to be the type of player you want next to Victor Wembanyama, a guy who I think can make shots, who's a really, really high level defensive player with upside there. I think there's still room to grow for him defensively. Like, I don't think he's quite as like much of a home run defender as Stone did, but I just think that this is a really sound pick, a guy you're going to be really happy that just fills a role for you at 14, despite the fact that there's obviously some questions about can he actually do anything offensively. I think you're finding that bet, because if he can't, then he can kind of be in a specialist role for this team, where you also have one of the best shooting 7'5" humans on the planet. Now, I do have like my big worry is this team, like if Carter Bryant isn't a great shooter and he can't dribble or get to the rim, and he's such a negative offensively, like this team is just so full of guys like that. Like, I still think Steph Castle's probably going to be a negative offensive player. De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper are good offensive players, but not good spacers or off-ball offensive players, really. Like, I don't know. It's so weird. Coop, how do you feel about Bryant here at 14?
Sorry, I was sending my wife a text. Like, at the end of the day, you're putting another great defender next to Victor Wembanyama. It doesn't matter how bad I think your backcourt defense is. Like, I don't know, him and Sohan and Wembanyama in the front court, as bad as that offense is and as disgusting and as low feel offensively two of those three guys are, the defense, you could feasibly stop every single point for an entire quarter. You could go flat negative and just rely on Wemby shooting pull-up threes. Insane work. Vassell plus those guys, I really like that defensive infrastructure. And you have a guy like Castle who can kind of defend on the wing too. And Bryant, as much as I am fading him a little bit more than I sounded like in our pod, because I don't like wings that can't dribble or do much of anything. If there's one team where you need a guy who doesn't need to do anything, it's the Spurs. The Spurs have enough guys who need the ball in their hands. I want to see Wemby with the ball in his hands more than every other player in the league. I want to see him do cool shit all the time. And Carter Bryant facilitates that and gives him a real outlet. So,
for what it's worth, too, like, I really like
breaking news.
I really like.
Sure.
I'll try to stay on top of that, but I do really like. I'm guessing Wilson's talking about Vasilije Micic being a part of the Phoenix to Charlotte trade, which Micic was already on Charlotte. So yeah, but he gets his money guaranteed. Yeah, I mean, the real interesting thing is I really like parts of this Spurs core now, right? Like, if you could run De'Aaron Fox, Dylan Harper, Devin Vassell, Carter Bryant, Victor Wembanyama groups, like that's an interesting group. You have Julian Champagny there. Castle is the one that really throws a wrench in this for me, because I just think his value is so like the team is going to just consider him so much more than I do. And again, for me, I would have sold high on him and traded him. And I know that sounds crazy to some, but that would have been my Michael Carter Williams moment. I would have probably just traded. I probably would have just traded Castle. Sorry, I'm still a little taken aback. Honestly, I want to talk about the Pelicans game. Again, I love Queen, dude. Like, that's what's so weird is I love Queen, but my worry with Queen is part of why I had him a whole tier below Con. Is I talked about this with the Hornets. I think Con is the type of guy who is just so good that he overcomes that bad context. I'm just not sure Queen is. I really worry that this is just that Queen is just going to sputter and die in New Orleans, and that makes me really sad. I hope I'm wrong. And again, honestly, the best thing for him might be if Zion is just like hurt for like large chunks of the year, and they're like, we're going to let you be point Queen. But center next to Zion is just like, man.
Sorry, real quick. Sam makes a good point. Does this make Keldon and Vassell like just all the more expendable now? Like to go after a big salary guy?
I could absolutely see that, yeah. Like this could absolutely be Vassell. And now I'm higher on Vassell than some, and maybe that's again me just holding on to my priors too much. He hasn't quite been the level of defensive player that I think I and many others have hoped. But I still really like Devin Vassell. And I wouldn't want to trade him away from this team, especially because, again, he's the best shooter on this team right now, other than Victor Wembanyama. And at a certain point, I'm all for being like, yeah, Wemby is a unicorn center who can shoot. So that means we can put more athletic drivers with him. But also, I'd kind of like my 7'5" guy to like have some space to operate. I think that might be good. Yeah, it just I don't know. I think this probably does open up a trade. Yeah. Now, what does that look like? Is it Jaylen Brown? I don't know. I kind of hope not. I don't know. I'm fascinated to see what that looks like. But I do think that this is a really good pick, and it gives you some flexibility. Again, what I really like about Carter Bryant is I think he can play the 3 or the 4 for you. And so there's moments where he can kind of help you out in different ways. Man, Coop, I got to ask you again. I'm really, really struggling with Queen here at 13. Like,
it's the worst fit.
How much does it bother you? Like how worried are you that it'll just like?
I just tweeted it. I think I'm actually like I've never actually like been upset about like a draft pick before. Like even when we drafted Şengün, I was like, oh, this stinks. This is so bad. But I wasn't like actually upset about it because it's like, who fucking cares? Like. We suck so bad, just get talent, and Şengün is at least talent. I'm so out of it. I'm just like phased. This is like someone who I've believed in to such like a high degree, and he goes to a city that doesn't even give a shit about basketball, and they're run by a bunch of people who like just don't care. They just don't care about basketball. And Queen is great. And I really hope that he gets a chance to succeed and that he gets to at least start for them and do cool stuff and play next to, they're actually good and cool players.
Oh, pick us in for the Thunder.
All right, here we go. At 15, the Thunder, the reigning champs.
Oh my gosh.
Sorber.
Oh my gosh.
That's a good one.
You can't let them get away with this, bro.
All right. Quickly.
Oh my gosh. Can the Thunder just stop being good?
Sam Wilson flaming you, Coop. Stone, go ahead and wax poetic about Thomas Sorber while I gather my thoughts on it, because I'm lower on Sorber than I think both of you guys. But I do think this is really interesting for the Thunder specifically.
Yeah, I mean, this is the long-term Hartenstein and like replacement, right? Like they can't afford to keep Hartenstein for a long time on their books. And I think Sorber just fits really well alongside Chet long term. He seeks out contact like a lot on both ends of the court, really takes it well. I think he's the strong post-up player on both ends of the court that Chet isn't. But obviously, I'm not betting on the shooting. And I think being able to have 4 out alongside him really makes Sorber work in a big way. He's not a dribble pass shoot guy because I don't really buy the handle, but I think he can be like a pass defend guy, and that's typically, it seems like, what the Thunder seek out of their big men. I really like this pick, and I think this is the best pick they could have made, I think, at this spot.
Yeah, this is my favorite. Oh, go ahead.
This is a team that like lost regular season games, barely lost any regular season games. The ones they lost are because they don't have guys who can just go inside and kick ass regularly and just get looks at the rim and grab rebounds and be tough on the inside. Sorber fills that hole. You know, as much as I love their philosophy, I love all the passing, all the kicking, all the driving, all the shooting, all that stuff. Sometimes you just need a guy who can go in and kick ass and take names. And that's Sorber. Sorber's tough. He's strong. He can get into the paint, score at will, get stops. He will always play hard. I think this is, you know, it sucks to see the team that just dominated their way to the NBA Finals, but get a guy like this. But I think this could really be a guy, at least in the regular season, who helps them stay consistent. There's only so consistent you can be when your philosophy is all built on shooting threes. And Sorber helps kind of even that out and add more versatility to their potential lineups against different teams, especially in a league that's going way bigger over the next few years, I think.
Yeah, so, you know, for me, so I'm lower on Sorber than both you guys, I think, in that he's at 22 for me. I had more of a second round grade on him. You know, we don't really do this generally. If we were going to move guys up based on, you know, where like the situations they're in, like Sorber would move up. I feel very confident that this is an NBA player. I don't buy the ceiling as much as some people. Like, I know the great draft pal Matt Powers was calling Sorber his false ceiling guy in this class, which I understand. You know, I think he just like has really smart kind of natural feel for a guy this big, but I don't think he's like some crazy passer. I think he really struggles against more athletic bigs, and I do think that I have some worries about, you know, what the upside is defensively, because I don't think he's quite like a crazy roaming shot blocker, but I also think he's pretty immobile. But like you said, this is a guy who I think adds versatility to this team and makes them just a better, gives them more options. And like, you know, eventually Hartenstein won't be able to be a part of this team, right? Like just the way their cap structure is, especially if they want to keep both Chet and Jalen Williams, which even, you know, is not really a possibility, right? Those two guys, keeping all three of those guys is going to be really tough. Sorber softens that blow some, and it's the type of guy that I think could make some sense moving forward. Now, obviously, this probably means the end of Arkansas Jalen Williams in Oklahoma City, which makes me sad because I really liked him a lot, and I still think there's certain teams where he could be a guy. But Sorber, what makes the most sense about him is it's really easy to buy his fit with a lot of teams. He's just a great rebounder. He's really strong. He's a good shot blocker with good feel and drop, good timing and anticipation defensively. I don't love the upside, like I said, but I don't think there are paths for him to be a real starter in the NBA that I probably didn't give enough credence to. You know, during our scout on him, like he could provide real starter value, and getting that at 15 is really good. So, what do you guys think happens here at 16? This is now the Trailblazers. Who are the Trailblazers taking?
Also, real quick, for what it's worth, Arkansas Jalen Williams is like, I think he's too entrenched in that locker room to be moved at this point. Like, even if he doesn't play, it's probably the end of him on court, which sucks, but I think he's there long term. Anyway, if this is the Blazers, they're so confusing after that Holiday trade. Like, it feels like a Newell team, perhaps, but I don't know. They seem unpredictable now after that Drew Holiday trade, so I don't really know which way they go.
Yeah, I think that they think they're way better than they are. I don't know which way they go. Also, I think Jalen Williams is far too good at what the Thunder want from their big men most of the time to be out of the rotation. Also, he's just like actually way better than Sorber. I really like Sorber, but like Arkansas Jalen Williams is just a way better player. I think it's really cool that they drafted a guy who fixes their needs against certain matchups. I don't think he is good enough to make some of their other players obsolete in a very real way. But I don't know who Portland goes with here. Maybe did they try and replicate the Dame stuff and go Walter Clayton and rebuild the days of old, get back to their former glory? They go like an Asa Newell, like completely out of left field. I don't know. I don't really know where they are. Maybe they. I think my bet is going to be they go Nick Clifford here. They think they're way ahead of schedule.
I
They
thought
want a
that.
guy in Nick Clifford who's like a win now guy, and I really like Nick, but their
Or
core
is it-
stinks. Just
Is
get a
it
good player.
Fleming?
Fleming
This
would
is-
actually be a good pick for them.
This is really, really interesting. I don't have like a like an obvious pick here. I really thought if Jace was talked about by NBA teams the way he is viewed by a lot of draft Twitter, I think this would have been a really interesting Richardson spot. Like I think that could have really worked. If it was me here, I mean, obviously I'd take Jonas, but disregarding him and Clayton to some extent, the tough thing with Clayton is he's a guard, defensively, and I think that's kind of a worry. I mean, Rasheed Fleming would be great here. And then after that, man, it starts to get tough. Like, they probably wouldn't take a Duke Thiero, but like, how fun would a Duke Thiero be on this team? Like, you just desperately like what this team really needs is some shot creation outside of Scoot Henderson. Like it's just
That is true, Sam. By the way,
here we go. The Blazers are going to select at 16.
no way. Hanson Yang. Hanson
What?
Yang.
No way.
Yeah.
Dude, Niles really, him and Henry are really out there talking to NBA teams. They
just took
Yang
Klingon.
drafted.
They just
Dude,
took
what
Klingon.
is going on? There's no
What?
Hanson
Are
Yang.
we serious right now?
He said Yang Hansen, by the way, but yeah,
Yeah, well,
Well,
that's
maybe that is how it's actually said. I don't want to.
I don't think it's Yang.
I don't want to presume to know. I don't speak Mandarin, but
There's no, you don't have to understand this is terrible. Like,
dude, what is
planet
happening? So you have Donovan Klingon. You have this interesting group of basically three forward guys, right? With Kamara, Avdia, and Jeremy Grant. And you have basically three guards in rotation with Drew Holiday, Scoot Henderson, Shaedon Sharpe. You could add to the forward group or even the guard group really comfortably. I don't understand adding another center to the group of Donovan Klingon and I'm guessing they're going to trade DeAndre Ayton, right? And maybe it's Rob Williams is going to be hurt, so like we have a path to minutes for him. Here's the crazy question: are they going to stash him? Do they not want to bring someone over?
He can't
Do they
go that
trade it
high.
back? I would agree that would be fucking insane, but
I think the problem. I think they're thinking is that
Someone's getting traded.
Klingon can only play 20
Oh
minutes.
my
a game.
gosh!
he can only
oh my
play so
gosh!
much.
The Lakers are trading for Ayton. It's my worst nightmare.
Yeah, no,
Wait,
so
Reeves for
So for what-
DeAndre Ayton?
I hate
for
you.
what it's worth, I think you're right, Coop. That this is really what it is they're going to trade DeAndre Ayton, and they think that the bet is Klingon, and I think this is accurate. Can only play so many minutes, and Yang is similarly massive. Can operate a lot of the chin stuff similarly, and I liked Yang more than you guys. Like I do. Like I think Yang is massive. I think he's a really good, smart player who is really raw and needs a lot of work. But your bet is that guys this massive who have feel this good are rare. So I like this pick a little bit more than you guys because I think Yang could return this level of value. This is a reach for my board for sure. I ended up with Yang at 31. So I'm not going to pretend but I wouldn't be surprised if Yang provides some value. But I do think the process here is really flawed.
I'm hoping for Wolves' sake that you guys draft Yakachonis because I really want you to be happy.
And if you had told
I
me
also
when
think
we-
it's a great fit, though.
When we did the Yakachonis pod, if you guys had told me that Hanson Yang would get drafted above him, I would have called you crazy. This is one of those things it's sort of it is sort of disheartening as an evaluator sometimes. And I'll get honest here. It can be disheartening sometimes to be in on someone who is talked about as like a lottery guy and to be like, oh man, I get it, and to get really high on that person and then have them drop like this, and you start to question, well, what did I miss the NBA teams see that they don't buy. And listen, the stat profile with Yakachonis is frustrating. Maybe I'm buying too much into the FIBA tape. I don't know. It was kind of a weaker FIBA class overall. For
But
me, I just can't quit that. I think he is a potentially special off the dribble shooter who can really pass. And I think those guys are pretty rare. And I think that if he falls to 17, 18, 19, 20, like he's the steal of the draft, even if he is like more of a bench. Like I think maybe I was wrong, and maybe what he actually is like a third guard. And okay, if he's a third guard, then I think he's a really damn good third guard. But I just think that there's a lot of value being left on the board here. And if the Wolves take him here at 17, I think all of a sudden you're not as worried about re-signing Nickeil Alexander-Walker. The Timberwolves at 17 will select.
wow, Berenger.
Yoan
What the fuck are you
Berenger.
doing?
How many?
Okay, I like this pick a lot, and it's specifically because Rudy Gobert is fucking old, and Berenger was always a couple years.
Yeah, where's Florian Coop?
Shako. But I like Berenger a lot. I've said this. We just put our pod out on him yesterday, so a lot of people didn't listen to that. I recommend you go back and listen to it. I think he is a really high-level defensive swing. He is a special athlete for his size who was maybe muted by the context he was playing in. And his improvement rate to me is really good, and that points really positively to some upside. I think as a developmental big, I love this pick. Is it who I would have taken? Absolutely fucking not. But I just think that this is really, really interesting. And I really like this pick the more I think about it. Like, yeah, get him behind Rudy Gobert and give him some time where he's going to be playing with guys like, Anthony Edwards and Jaden McDaniels, and he gets a feel for playing good basketball early. I really, really like that idea. Like, yeah, let's get this guy playing good basketball early in his career. And I think he's playing for probably a top 5 to 10 coach in the NBA right now, like especially defensive coach. Like, I think this is a baller pick. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, this is a potential home run. Like, I think there's a world that this is a starting level, like a high level starting playoff big who can play scheme versatile a little bit, can really be a role man, can really run the floor, whose motor really pops, and he's super young. He is almost as young as the Songe and Cooper Flagg. The competition level's a worry, but also again, I think that shit is overrated sometimes. Like, this is a good basketball player. This is just a good basketball player, and I the more I think about it, the more I really like it. Coop, I know you're also a Berenger fan. Where are you at with this?
Lotto level guy at 17. That's good value no matter what. I mean, what do they think of Naz Reid? Do they think they're going to lose him in free agency? Are they going to bring him back and start him?
So this is their out, right? Like, this is their out to letting Nas go and re-signing.
Yeah, but losing Nas in free agency for nothing is.
I think that's no.
Well, they have to pick one of them, and
they have to pick one of the two for sure. And maybe I don't know that that's necessarily it, because Nas, they like to play at the 4 quite a bit too. I think it's a lot more of a, hey, Rudy Gobert is 33, and how long does Rudy Gobert have left on his contract? Let me see here. Rudy Gobert has he has signed through he has 2 more years, the 25, 26, 26, 27. Oh no, 3 years, because he has a player option in 27, 28.
Oh yeah, he's not declared.
Your bet is by the time he's going to make a shit ton of money, you might have to dump him actually. By the time you are ready to move on from Rudy Gobert, Yoan Berenger is ready to be a playoff level big who can really execute the type of defense you want to play with a core defensive group of Ant Edwards and Jaden McDaniels. Like, he can really fit next to those guys, in my opinion, defensively. And that's really what I like.
Yeah, and going back really quick to something you said with Yakachonis, like, it is discouraging sometimes to have picks you like fall much further than you have on your board. but also that's sort of where you have to trust your own evaluation, right? Like Wells, I had pretty high on my board. He fell quite a bit, and I still feel pretty good about where I had him. Like and that's not to toot my own horn. I've missed plenty, trust me, but like there's a level to as much as people might clown you for saying this, like you know more than I don't want to say NBA teams because you don't have that access, but like you know your evaluations better than anybody else, and you have to trust your own evaluations more than you trust anybody else's, and that's how you get to the point that you're at. So I think it's important to keep that in mind as Yakatonis falls, and like it doesn't discourage me all that much right now because I think maybe he just winds up in a situation that's not what we thought it might be. But
it doesn't discourage me
that
because
value
he's gonna get drafted by the Jazz at 21, and I'm gonna do you guys remember when we were doing our live show and the Rockets drafted Usman Garuba and Coop had to like leave the room for a minute because he was so happy? That's how I'm gonna act at the Jazz draft. Yakachonis at 21. I'm gonna lose my mind. But
That was
anyways,
the first pick I liked that year. Yeah.
what are we thinking at 18 here for the Wiz? Stone, Coop, what are your guys' thoughts? Who's it going to be?
Yakachonis. This has to be Yakachonis, right?
If they take Yakachonis and Trey Johnson in the same draft, that's like such a fun like guard group with Bub Carrington. You're like, we got three guys who can shoot the fucking cover off the ball. Bilal Coulibaly, just put your head downhill and drive every single time. One of these guys will find a way to get open, and you have Sarr as well. Like, that's a really fun group. I hope that's the case. I'm with you.
Stone, I think they just need a point guard too. Which Stone, do you agree, or do you think we're dumb?
I mean, I think this could be a Jace Richardson landing spot, to be honest. Who's not really a point guard in my opinion.
Here's my hot take. I think Jace is going to fall to the second round.
I think it could.
I think NBA teams are pretty out on Jace. I think this is more likely to be Walter.
This could be a Fleming pick.
It is to be Jace. I don't think I think the Wizards are going to take someone who is very far. I think they want to be bad. Now, not saying you're wrong, but I think this could be a surprise pick, like a Drake Powell. This Wizards group has proven they like to take bets on wings. They like combine testing guys. I think it could be a Drake Powell. I think this could be Liam McNeely, just as another shooting wing. I think it could be Kasparis. I think the most likely guy is Kasparis right now. But I think I think the draft is really wide open right now. I don't have a ton of great feel.
With Kasparis, they love their foreigners. It's not a French connection, but
I do think. Don't be surprised. I know we have some Rockets fans in here. Don't be surprised if, as we get to around 20 with Miami, if the Rockets don't start.
Shams just said this is going to Utah.
Oh,
for Kasparis,
the 18th pick will be Utah picking.
Oh my God! Please don't mess this up.
I don't know what's involved in that trade, but he just announced it on the air.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. So we will save our reactions. But
so if it's the Jazz picking, this seems Newell-y.
Oh wait, I might have just spoiled it. For myself.
Bro, delete the notifications off.
No, I was checking on my. I was checking.
Dude, what did Walter Clayton decide to do with his beard, dude?
Yeah,
that is
rough.
He's crazy. Listening to it.
I like the look though. Yes, he was a star football player. Yes. My evaluation. I did not even know that.
Why are they spending? So is Walter Clayton the pick here? Every time they've spent a ton of time on like one player before they take him, it usually ends up being that pick.
I'm just trying to figure out what the trade was here.
So is this Clayton to Utah, which would be Bryce's like biggest dream on planet Earth?
Well, to be fair, I mean, my number 3 player is still available on the boards. Like that would be my biggest dream. Because if you take the guy that I have at number 3,
Kasparis.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if it is,
You'd be pretty happy still.
yeah, if it's Walter Clayton Jr., I feel great. Let's give that motherfucker the ball.
Do you like Walter Clayton Jr. more than you did Collier?
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
I think I would have
Really?
had them in the same tier probably. Yeah, but I think I prefer. I think Clayton has a higher ceiling, even if I think Collier was maybe a safer bet to just like provide like starter value.
Interesting. I view it the opposite way, I think.
So Utah's trading 21 and then second round pick. So after a team gave up an unprotected pick in what is shaping up to be a historic draft to move up, the Jazz only have to trade a couple seconds to move up 3 picks to get there.
Wow.
So they move ahead of Brooklyn and Miami. So that does tell me that they were taking someone that probably would be
Oh, here we go.
drafted by them. So
Bruh, we
All
know.
right.
Oh my gosh. NBA's got to fix this, man. This is affecting viewership.
okay, here we go. With the 18th pick, my Utah Jazz select Walter
Yeah.
Clayton Jr., baby.
Wow.
So I like this pick. I wish it was Jokic because I think, if nothing else, because I think Jokic could have played with Collier. But I think Walter Clayton was the second best star bet left in this class. I think that he is a really high level off the dribble shooter who can also play off the ball, and I think is a better downhill driver than you guys do. I think that this is a guy who is a really good transition passer. He's the best player on a national championship team. He is a bet to be the type of guy that changes the geometry of the floor with his off the dribble scoring and ability to stretch. So I really, really enjoy this pick. This makes me very happy as a Jazz fan, even if it's not the best pick they could have made. Stone, Coop, I know you guys are a little lower. How do you feel about Clayton?
Yeah, real quick too. Wolves is saying that Baron J will not be a stash, which I didn't think anyway, but that's good to know. Walter Clayton at this pick. This is about like sort of the range where it starts for me in terms of like where I'd consider taking him. I can't really justify taking him over the fourth guy on my board when I have Walter Clayton personally like 23rd or something on my own. But I get it. I think he fits well next to Collier if that's the long-term bet too. Like I think Walter Clayton operating more from the perimeter and Collier just being that collapse of defense guy, like immediate paint touch, works really well together. If that's like the long-term backcourt pairing, you have a pretty small one. So that is somewhat of concern to me. But I mean, I think this gives something to the Jazz that the Jazz don't have, which is a nuclear shooter. Like I just don't think they have that. As much as I love Sensabaugh and I think that he could be a really good scorer someday, it's just not the level of shooter that Clayton is. And I don't think the Jazz currently have that on their roster. So I think there's a lot of ways for Hardy to be able to use Clayton and extrapolate that kind of value out of him. But it's a fine pick to me at 20. I think it's good.
Quickly, for what it's worth, the Jazz traded number 21 as well as number 43, and then second rounders in 2031 and 2032, which I'm perfectly fine with. Again, I think the value of second rounders is entirely nebulous.
Total.
Yeah, 3 seconds, including one that is already written to be number 43 in a draft that I don't think has 43 guys that I really care about drafting. So, in general, like I think it's a perfectly good move to get your guy. I have no issues with this. Coop, what's your feeling here with Clayton?
Utah could really use a star bet next to, Lauri Markkanen if they decide to keep him, which it seems like they have to because he's making about $40 billion every single year for the next few years. I really like Sensabaugh. I really like Hendricks. I really like a lot of the players in this core. And to me, it's just another year where if Utah could just hit on their top picks, I think that they would be like a high level team already. Like they're really behind the 8 ball because they just cannot seem to hit on higher end picks, and then they draft all these great and interesting players later in the draft. Clayton brings something new. They really like scoring guards who aren't great passers and don't add a bunch of other stuff. But I do think Clayton is just a completely different type of scorer than Sensabaugh, and that's the only other guy who I really view in this backcourt as like a must-keep guy. Everybody else is either a wing or a forward that's really good, and I just don't – I don't know. A guy like Will Hardy, getting a guy who could just nuke from anywhere within 35 feet is awesome. Imagine the scheme stuff he can do with a guy like Clayton being an off-ball threat. It's really, really interesting. So I'm pretty excited for Utah. I think this is a great pick, especially for them, and a great pairing between coach and player that we don't usually get to see or talk about much in the draft.
So what the heck do the Nets do after taking Demi?
Danny Wolf. Obviously, they're going to take 5 bad projects in this draft.
This feels like Traore.
Oh man, you're a hater. That's evil. Listen, no, I mean I think this is. I think they probably wanted Walter Clayton, to be honest. I think that's why the Jazz traded up. I don't think they would have made that move if they didn't know that. Like I'm guessing they had Clayton circle as a tier above everyone else. I think there's a couple of places this could go.
I think the Heat were the Clayton team.
Could potentially.
For what it's worth.
I think this could surprisingly be a Rasheer Fleming team. I think this could be a Nick Clifford team. Not because the Nets want like older players to draft because they want to win, but because they want guys who they could maybe show some value early to flip, maybe.
Kasparis.
Yakichonis here would be interesting. Heat were the Clayton.
Corbin
team.
makes a good team. Heat were the Clayton team.
Elite pull from the great Sam Wilson. I don't know. I think they could go a lot. If they take Kasparis, like I feel so weird about this draft. You take the 2 guys that had the weird European track records, like it's interesting. But anyways, at 19 here, the Nets are going to take.
No way. No way.
Dude, you sniped.
Is this the worst draft of all time? Is this actually the worst draft we've ever looked at?
I cannot believe Stone sniped it like that. Okay, so I want to try and give the positive self for Traore because we're evil and none of us liked him. He had a really good FIBA tournament a year ago. He scored like 43 in a game. He was a projected top 10 pick coming into the year. There was a lot of hope that this is a guy who is really quick, a really good transition player, who is also a good passer who flashed some shooting. If I'm being honest, it's really easy to see the Killian Hayes stuff here. For me, my issue with him is and also he had a crazy assist rate as a young guy playing in a good league, right? Like he had a 42% assist rate or something fucking stupid high. I think assist rate is sometimes an overrated stat. Like you want to be at a certain baseline level for certain positions. And then I think as it gets higher, that says a lot more about the scheme you're playing in than anything. Traore was playing on a team that wanted him to get a ton of assists, and I still think he missed a lot of reads. That's not to say he's a bad passer. I think he's a fine passer. I think there's upside with him as a passer. Stone is lower on it than me. For me, the biggest issue is I don't think he can score. I think he's a pretty bad finisher. He's a pretty rough athlete, and the shooting is bad. Even though he'll have games where he would go off, there were times that teams would guard him like he was Ben Simmons. That's just a real worry for me. I don't really understand the process here at all. I'm guessing he will not be stashed, but this is a pretty crazy reach on my board. I had Nolan Traore at 49, and this is one of those where I'm not questioning my evaluation. I don't think Traore is very good. I think he could provide like backup value in the league, and he might put up some numbers this year because the Nets are just going to throw some usage at him probably. But yeah, I mean, he was not on a good team. He was not particularly efficient ever. Even in 2023, like Wolf said, I was with him. Like I was not even that high on him after that FIBA stuff. I just don't think he can shoot. I don't think he's a great decision maker. I don't think despite the quickness, I don't think he's like a crazy athlete or a crazy good handler. This Nets draft is really, really disappointing. Stone Coop, do you guys have any thoughts here?
Holy crap! Like this isn't Cooper. Like this is the all-time like disaster class draft. I think like horrendous draft stuff. This pick for me, like just in terms of like numerically on my board, is worse than the Demeen pick. Even though Demeen pick is worse just because it's higher and there's more value out of a higher pick, but like this is just taking star bets on guys that are perceived to have that are just nowhere near that. Both guards, both inefficient. I don't think like literally that this could not have gone any worse for the Brooklyn Nets tonight so far, in my opinion. I have Traore 64th on my board as like a priority summer league player. I wouldn't even give him a 2-way contract personally. And I don't want to harp on him too much, but like the Nets just don't have a team to help him in any way, shape, or form. I think he's gonna have, if they give him a lot of usage, it's gonna be really rough. Like I think he's gonna be super inefficient, high turnovers. It's just neither he or Demeen I have really any faith in. So this is not good in my opinion.
I'm very excited as a Rockets fan who owns the Nets 2027 draft pick swap. They're in hell. They still have Cam Johnson, but I assume that they don't want to keep Cam Johnson for much longer. And we saw the limitations of a Cam Johnson-led offense last season. Claxton is probably going to be a Laker or another team. You know, we thought this last offseason, but he's probably going somewhere that desperately needs a center. There's no way they can keep all these guys. They were not a good team this year. They're probably going to lose D'Angelo Russell, who's kind of a floor raiser. Like, what do they look like long term? And they don't have full control over their future. This is really, it's really, really hard. I don't know. I don't like Traore much as a prospect. I don't like Demeen, but I just don't even see the process here. Like in a vacuum, you're just taking swings on as many initiator bets as you can. This is not even the kind of system you like to run. You're not taking bets on DHO operators and cutters and shooters and guys who work well with that and who can really play well in different kinds of actions. You're not even trying to do that. You're just drafting guys who are, like you're told, have high initiator upside. It's really frustrating to watch. I mean, I like it, but it's like, I don't know. I don't want to keep harping on it, but
yeah, let's talk about 20 here in the Heat. I think this is probably Asa Newell. I'll be honest, if this is Yakachonis, I think wherever Yakachonis goes, I'm just gonna. He's the Tyrese Maxey of this draft, and I think that's what's gonna happen. So I think that this is gonna be whoever takes Yakachonis is just getting like this gigantic steal who's going to be an all-star in 3 years, and you should all go fuck yourself. So I think teams are overthinking him, but I think this is probably like an Asa Newell pick.
This fears Fleming.
Fleming maybe potentially. If it's Fleming, I really like it. If it's Newell,
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I like Sam's hope for Drake Pell. I think Drake Pell is a really good fit here. I don't know if they take him this high though.
Yeah, no, I'm interested to see where this goes. But as Baldy comes out, the Miami Heat select.
Nice. Big win for Sam. W's in the chat for Sam.
I love this pick. Man. I love this pick. I think this is potentially a good fit with Tyler Hero, but I also think that he could play if you move Tyler Hero. Listen, I have Yakatonis at 3, and I know that's just about higher than just about anyone else. I think this is a guy who can really run pick and roll as a passer. He can really make shots off the dribble. He's a good finisher despite his size, and he played in an offense that was kind of nasty and was still like good and productive and efficient at times. There are some real red flags in the statistical profile. I don't want that to be misconstrued, but I also think there's a real argument with these guys coming over from Europe and playing college basketball that they tend to take 2 years. And the fact that there's 2 in this draft that are, coming, entering the league after just 1 year, we didn't take enough time to understand that those stat profiles tend to be weird because the transition from European basketball to American basketball is hard, and specifically in terms of the amount of games you're playing, the amount of time on the floor, all that stuff can be really tough to get used to. I think he's going to be a really, really high level guard, whether it be on the ball or off the ball. I think he can really make shots. I just think this is an absolute steal. Probably my best pick in this draft. Again, I understand the worries with Yakatonis, and I know I'm choosing to buy the upside swing, but I really do buy the upside swing.
Yeah, this is. Go ahead.
I'm so jealous that a player that you like a lot got drafted by a franchise that's good at developing. I like Kasparas too. I wish Queen had gotten to go to Miami more than anything in the entire world. I'm excited though. I think Kasparas can actually be a real star bet for them, and if anywhere's going to get it out of him, it needs him to really be this initiator who can run complex actions, play for a top 3 coach in the NBA, and get downhill, take shots, have that Heat devil magic where he's just hitting the most bullshit stuff you've ever seen in your life. It's Kasparas, and I'm really excited to see him play for them and go to a team where he gets to be the guy. I obviously they have Hero, they have guys like Wiggins, they have vets, but I think there's a real shot he gets real reps in a real way that we just wouldn't have seen it on a lot of other teams. So I'm pretty excited here.
All right, so what happens here at 21? So it is the Wizards now at 21, moving back. So obviously there was no one they were super locked into. What do we think happens here?
So who did they take already?
Trey Johnson, and was that it? I think just Trey Johnson.
Yeah, because they had 18 and moved back.
Jace. I think this is going to be my shot called with Jace. This is going to be the only time I'm going to say his name in the first round. I think Washington just wants more good young guys.
This could be a Will Riley team.
I'm calling my thought. I'm calling my shot. This is a dude.
Your thought. Yeah.
What did I say? Calling my thought? I'm calling my shot. This is.
Rose talking to Dylan Harper's mom. God.
Hey, relax.
It could be Newell. I feel like I'm saying it
I'm a committed man. If I said anything about another woman, my wife would barge in here and kill me on the spot. But I can't say the K word on YouTube. Oops, unalive me on the spot. But I think this is Adu Diarra. I think that is just a very Wizards pick. I think it would be. Why did my phone start ringing? I think this would be a really, really fun fit. That's my call. I know it's not in the consensus, okay, but I'm all for Adu Diarra at 21. The pick is in. We got to watch this ad first.
Poor Bob Sacamano, man. He had all of us on to talk about the Nets, and we just crapped all over.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't want to have any of us back on now. Hopefully he's.
He seems like a cool guy. But yeah, this could be Liam McNeely territory as well.
Absolutely, this could be Liam McNeely. Yeah, I think that's a great call. I think that. So I want to shout out one of the best out there, Joe Hulbert, NBA, tweeted this about Kasparas with the Heat, and I want to echo it. I like the fit with Miami largely because they've gotten the best out of slashers. Kasp has more to his game than traditional slashers, but he'll get to use this type of footwork in their high post offense. And he posted a good clip of him kind of using this funky step through footwork. I want to just shout out Joe Holbert, one of the best in the business. And that's part of why I love the fit. Give me 1 second, folks.
Yeah, I think just to harken back real quick to the Yakachonis pick, I mean, it's in contention outside of, like top 5 obvious picks, like for best pick of the draft, I think tonight so far. And I think this is something that Heat are really missing is a possible lead initiator. I don't think the Heat have that guy right now. Hero's taken strides towards it, but I think Yakachonis has a chance to really solidify himself in that way. And if Yakachonis is the player that we think he might be, I think it makes Hero pretty expendable, which is a huge thing for the Heat because he's probably their best asset if you're looking to keep Bam, long term, that's movable. So I like this in a lot of different ways, and I think that I think this is something the Heat are really missing, even if it's not your prototypical Heat pick.
For what it's worth, when the 23rd pick comes around and the Atlanta Hawks steal Nate Clifford, I'm just going to be laughing because I can't help but be a Hawks fan because Brad Rowland is like the best, coolest dude ever. So I will always root for the Hawks. I've really loved what they've done so far this offseason. I always say, I shouldn't say I say this. I stole this from Nate Duncan, but generally in the NBA, you can't pick your stars. You just got to do your best to maximize your stars, right? Like a star will just kind of come to you in the draft. Generally, you can't just pick like, oh man, this star has weird flaws. There's only so many stars in the NBA. Your job as a GM is to do your best to maximize them. I think they have done a really good job putting a really interesting team around Trey this year. If they could take someone like a Neek or a Rasheer Fleming, I will jump up and down with joy because I think that is like just great stuff next to Trey. Let's see here. I think Baldy is coming out to announce this pick for the Washington Wizards. Can we please get Karl Malone off my screen? Gosh.
Ooh, I mentioned.
Oh, Coop? Or was it Stone? I was going to say one of you guys called it. One of you guys sniped Will Riley. Again, this is another guy. I'll give a positive. So I'm higher on Will Riley than you guys, I think, because I understand that while he is currently a bad basketball player, he is a real 6'8", 6'9" guy who can dribble, and that is like valuable. And he throws some funky passes, even if I think he is currently a bad passer. I think he's a disqualifyingly bad defensive player. But there is at least like path here to entry. He is remarkably similar to Keyshawn George, which is like
I was about to say you have like a better version already.
I think Riley is probably better, in my opinion, than Keyshawn. I didn't really like either. Keyshawn dunked like 3 times as a 6'9" guy though. So well, just so you know, no, McNeely was not good this year. That's why he.
What was his steal percentage?
Drafted, but. Will Riley's total stock percentage this year was like 1.7 or something, like insanely awful. And he, while he throws some really good passes, like if you just put like a highlight passing reel together, you would say like this is a great passer. Like he misses so many open guys all the time. It's so weird. But I don't hate this pick. I think this is again not who I would have taken. But for what it's worth, a lot of the guys on my board in this area, Aduk Nero, Nate Clifford, Rasheer Fleming, Jace Richardson is the exception. But those 3 guys are sort of weird fits with like a team that is bad right now, like and wants to be bad. So I don't hate taking a bet on a guy that's this young. I would have rather taken Drake Powell, to be honest. Coop, what are your thoughts here?
I'm not a big Will Riley guy. I get that there's flashes and there's some cool stuff here, and he's young, but like he was like distinctly not good. I don't think he has very much spacing. He's not like a good off-ball player. You kind of have to set him up into like predetermined sets where he can go score. He has to be set up as a kind of guy who can, go attack a closeout, but he also has the ball stop-itis, and he's got some fun touch stuff, but I wouldn't say he's like a good touch guy. He's not a high-level defender. He's tall, can kind of elevate, but he's also ridiculously skinny with like small wrists, small shoulders. I really worry about his ability to put on muscle long-term. I just don't really like this pick. The Wizards, there's a lot of guys who could have actually like helped with what they want to do and like contributed to this length and athleticism and defense ethos. And I don't think Riley is somebody who really does that at the NBA level. So, yeah. But are you guys? Who do we think's up next? That's what I have to ask, because I don't want to talk more negatively about guys here.
Who is the worst possible player that Brooklyn could take here? That's the real question.
Worst?
Actually, okay, here's the question.
McNeely.
What if it's Penda? What if they just go all in on taking like these weird international players and they just take Noah Penda too?
No, it's Zakarsky, and then they're going to take Tui, and then they're going to take Ulbrich, and that's going to be the rest of their. They're going.
Dude, if Lachlan Ulbrich gets fucking drafted in the first round.
Real quick, just going back to that pick, this is very Wizardsy pick, going for like just upside role player type guy. They have shooters already that are just better with the ball in their hands than Will Riley is, and I think they have better defensive wings. Like Will Riley's just worse at all the skill sets they already have to me to make this pick really worth it. He's also much lower on my board, so value-wise it doesn't work. But even if I bought him, it just doesn't fit that well to me to be able to extrapolate the value you probably want from a first-round pick. But Coop, this is probably McNeely territory for the Nets.
That's what I'm thinking.
And if it's
All right,
not,
I like Liam McNeely.
but if it's not him, it's Proctor or Saraf.
Saraf actually
Proctor
is destined to wear a Nets jersey. Saraf is destined to wear a Nets jersey.
It's Saraf or Proctor if it's not McNeely.
It has to be Saraf.
It's one of those three.
And then McNeely's got to be taken. And I'm going to call my third shot here.
It's actually probably Asa Newell, unfortunately, which
I
sucks
think
so bad.
I think it's Danny Wolf. I think they're going to go Danny Wolf.
But he's too old. They're going for these young swings, dog.
No, I actually think Coop is right. Honestly, fuck it. It is.
Could be Drake Powell.
It's not going to be
No.
Drake Powell. No. It's going to be Danny Wolf. It's going to be who else did we say Stone? It's going to be McNeely, and then who's the
Saraf.
and then Saraf. Those are the three that they're taking with their next three picks. So if Hugo Gonzalez gets drafted first round, I think I'm just done. I think I'm just done with contracting forever. I respect Hugo and I respect what he stands for and Spanish basketball. If he gets drafted above like the guys who I actually like, I think I'm just going to go bananas. I think that's it. That's all I have left. So
It's this off my dark horse pick is this could be a Niederhauser pick.
Dude,
there's
that would
Niederhauser.
you were evil. You were just trying to make.
Who else could this be?
So for what it's worth, so I do want to go through. I want to talk about the highest players left on our board. So for me, the highest player overall left is Rasheer Fleming, and then it's guys like Adou Thiero, Neat Clifford, and Jace Richardson are all guys I have first round grades on. What guys left do you guys have first round grades on?
Quite a bit. I have two lotto grades though, which I could cut
Go
it
ahead.
down.
Yeah, who are they? Yeah.
Newell and Reno.
Okay. This could absolutely be a Reno pick too. Actually,
I hate you.
I
I'd be so pissed.
I have Rasheer and Thiero as lotto guys left. Everyone else in my lotto has been taken, which is that's good at least, right?
Yeah, no, I think that's a fine set. Maybe we're becoming too consensus built I feel like there were years where we had Lotto guys like falling to
A
the
lot of guys at like 50 and we just-
undrafted.
I was probably gonna be right now, to be honest. I have to pee so bad. Can they make this pick already?
I think this is going to be right now. Actually, now that I've said that, it's like yeah.
No,
I don't think so. He's way
I don't
too
think
good.
so.
He's way too good
Yeah.
at basketball. And makes too much
Oh,
sense.
here we go. Here we go. Here comes Baldy.
All right. With the 22nd pick, the Nets will select.
I
Drake
told
Powell.
you. I told
Okay, so it
you.
is. They did take a good player, or at least a player. I
Oh,
like.
oh, 13 usage, good player, bro.
Okay. All right. Good. I'll let you give. I'll let you.
They're
give
going
the
for.
negative.
They're just going for crazy upsides. Well, from their perspective, just they're swinging on the highest potential guys that they can.
So I want to say I do actually like Drake Powell quite a bit. Now, I do think that this is maybe a bad place for him, but this is my favorite pick of this draft for the Nets by a good amount because I think he is a good defensive wing who's a really good athlete who was put in a really bad situation. And he can actually maybe shoot if he fixes that weird hitch in the shot. Is he a great player? No. But I like him better than Coward, who went 11 spots higher. And I like him for similar reasons that I was fine with the Coward pick. I think this is a bet at an archetype that is valuable. And if he makes shots, like this is a positive NBA player. He's a better athlete than Coward by a long shot, too. I think he's really quick laterally. He's really smart. So the thing that I liked is that for someone like this, who was like a high RSCI guy, he led his EYBL team in scoring. I thought his feel and motor defensively was way better than you normally see for guys like that, right? Like this was not someone who took plays off because he was not getting his midi shots or anything. Like even at North Carolina when he was being used really poorly and he had a very short leash. He was still giving effort all the time, flying around defensively, consistently making good reads on the defensive end. I really like his defense. Offensively, I think he's a big question. I think that his first step is really good. He's a really good vertical athlete, but he's a really bad passer. He's a pretty bad ball handler. He was really reliant in EYBL on making pull-up long twos. I don't think that'll be an option for him in the NBA. The jumper, he has to iron out the hitch in it. That will take time. But for what it's worth, this is absolutely the type of guy that I think could return value on a team. If the Nets are going to be buyers in free agency in 2 years, I think he is much more likely to stick around and be a part of that team than Nolan Traore or Jaeger Demon. So, Coop, why do you think this pick falls exactly in line with?
I don't hate Drake Powell as much as I do think this is like a huge overreach on my board. I have him at like 36. He's a second round target guy for me. I think he's tough, and I do think that a lot of the usage stuff can be explained by the coaching and all this stuff. But holy shit, man! Like, what does he do that fits with what you want to do long term? What is the vision here? That you have a guy who can just knock down some spot ups and you really think that your other two guys are going to be able to get downhill and like create advantages and do this stuff. And like, they're not getting anybody in the front court. So you can't trade. I mean, we'll see what they do with the other two first, but you can't trade any of these front court players because the rest of their front court depth is so bad. They have like 3 total forwards across like 3 positions. I'm just really confused with what their approach to team building is, because as much as, as bad as they are, you don't want to think about team building. You want to think about BPA. And I respect that they're taking their best, I think they're taking the best guys on their board, regardless of fit. At some point, you need a cohesive roster that makes some kind of sense to like play 48 minutes over 82 games, and I don't think the Nets are anywhere near that right now. So I'm confused and sad that they didn't stick to my prediction, but hopefully one of my picks will hit here.
Why is the
Where-
NBA showing me more Modelo commercials? This is not good.
Stone's already locked in. Okay, where do the Hawks go here at 23? What are our thoughts, predictions?
All right, if this is not Newell, I will stop saying his name for the rest of the entire stream.
It's not going to be Newell.
This is Newell.
It's not going to be Newell. I don't think. I'm very I am very confident. Like, I'm not a betting man. I would bet some type of light form of humiliation that this is one of Rasheer Fleming or Nick Clifford.
I was gonna say if it's not Newell, it's Fleming.
I feel really
like,
confident.
I feel like this.
I actually lean more Neek than anything, but
That was what I was gonna say. I'm feeling really strongly that this could be Neek.
Rayno would be interesting.
They just took Queen, who's
I was
like a
about to say
15
they-
times better version of right now.
no, this is not. This
No.
is remember. This is the Hawks.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Hawks. Oh shit.
I was gonna say they just got KP though, so
Now
Still,
it could be Rayno if they're just like, hey, we want to have 2 shooting centers or 3 because Onyeka Okongwu made 3s this year.
Oh, if this is the Hawks, it's Fleming. This is 100% Fleming.
So yeah, it's the Hawks. I think it's going to be Neek, but I would take some action on Neek or Fleming. Pause, but yeah, I think that's my
Sierra.
that's my bet here. I just don't think like they have a couple guys that aren't great shooters. I think they want whoever this is to be at least a bet at a good shooter. I like Diarra a lot. I think his fall is really intriguing in that I think one of these bad if OKC gets him or something, but I'm really fascinated to see what Orlando does here in 2 picks. Like that's
They're
the thing
taking
I actually
McNeely.
really like.
Just mid shooters in the first. This is their MO, man.
I want the Magic to be good so bad.
This is what they do.
I am so tired of the Paolo slander.
You know what it
Okay?
is? They're taking
all
Fleming.
NBA.
They're taking
Paolo
Fleming.
next year. Okay.
They're destined
That's
to take
fine.
these 6'8" shooters that end up not doing anything. Here comes Baldy.
Fleming would be a great pick. Then they could just play him at the
Silence.
5 and just do a switch.
Baldy is speaking. Oh, bruh. Stop with these trades.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Okay. The Atlanta Hawks will select. Asa
Told
Newell.
you. Told
Good job,
you.
Stone. All right, so wax poetic on why you like Newell here.
Yeah, I think it's a good pick too. I think he fits well with them. I think Newell is just the ultimate complementary play finisher. They have guys already that can handle the ball, that can be a lot of decision making with the ball in their hands. He stays in Georgia, obviously, where he's from, but I think he fits really well alongside the bigs that they have with Okongwu and Porzingis. I really buy the shooting. I think that he's going to be a high volume shooter and efficient enough to make that worth it. He's a good roller. I think he's quick off the ground as a 2-foot leaper, in the dunker spot. So I like this a lot. I think that he fits really well alongside a lot of the guys that they already have, and just makes a lot of sense to me. And yeah, I'm as a not really a Hawks fan, but I like this pick a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this makes me sad for former Coug Muhammad Gay because I just imagine he's going to be more buried. But yeah, I mean, my question is, are they going to view Newell as a 4 or a 5? I mean, this is a team already with Okongwu and now KP. Now, obviously, Porzingis has his injury issues. Is this someone they think can play with Jalen Johnson and Okongwu? Is this someone that's going to play behind? Now, obviously, listen, the 23rd pick, we're kind of past the point where you should be thinking of fit very much. We're at the point where you should just be throwing a dart and saying, listen, if there's an NBA player here, that's a good pick, right? If you get an NBA player in the 20s, that's successful, right? You did a good job in general. I think Newell's a fine bet to be an NBA player. I think he's a really good finisher. I think he could be a really good transition player with Trae Young. I think this is a great fit for him. I am not sure that this is what the Hawks should have done. It's not what I would have done by any means. I really question specifically defensively, what's his role going to look like? in the league defensively, but I think he's a really good offensive player. I think as like a third big, he makes a lot of sense overall. As someone who can play some 4, some 5, just do a lot of things. The Thunder are up at 24, and it seems like they're keeping this pick. Coop, who do you think it's going to be?
Man, I don't know. After taking Sorber, I don't know. I think about who was the most Thunder pick. This is Neek, right?
This is Ugo. They're stashing.
That would be crazy. If they're going to stash, it's going
Worst
to be
stash ever. It's going to be Penda if they're going to stash.
You fool. I'm just kidding.
I do think it's Neek. I think it's Neek. I think they're probably going to move off Isaiah Joe this offseason. And while that doesn't mean that Neek is going to play a ton, I think what they really need is like a 2-3 to soak some minutes up. I think he could do that. You know, with Sorber, you kind of already took your bigger guy to soak some minutes up in the regular season. I think Neek is like a more perimeter-oriented guy. The other potentially interesting thing is this where we see a reach for not I don't want to call it a reach, but a name I'm going to throw out there is this where like a Cam Jones could go, or
The Kings are trading for this pick.
yeah, the Kings just traded for this pick.
Jace Richardson. It's Jace Richardson.
You think the Kings will take Jason?
Insider scoop here is Jace Richardson.
Interesting.
I promised I wouldn't say Jace Richardson anymore, so I'm going to say that the Kings are going to take Thiero. That's going to be my call. I don't know. That's going to be my guess. Another.
I've seen who it is, so I can't. I can't spoil it, but I do think that this is really interesting, and I'll just let you guys know. I do like this move and this pick for the Kings.
It's Jace or Neek. It's Jace or Neek, and it's a shooting guard for sure, though.
I just want to know what they gave up because it feels like weird value because it's such a weird.
Here we go.
Yeah, we'll see. Here we go.
Bro, stop the trades.
It's crazy to think that we're going to be done in like 20 minutes though because there's no
I
second
know.
round today.
It's Jace or Neek.
All right,
Probably
the
Jace.
Kings select Neek Clifford.
Okay.
I like this pick quite a bit. I think Neek is an interesting fit. You already have two players that are very similar to Neek in terms of he's a slightly bigger version of like I think he's just kind of a bigger Keon Ellis. Where he's like the cell for me is a similar thing where he's someone who can shoot, who can pass, and is a good point of attack defender. You know, Devin Carter, Keon Ellis, and Neek Clifford as your guard trio is really. It's someone I'm forgetting in there. Malik Monk as like your guard room is really intriguing. I don't know that Malik Monk is long for this team. I don't know that really anyone on this team other than Domantas Sabonis is long for this team. I just don't know what they're doing. Like the Kings are just so weird. I like this pick in general. I think he will be an NBA player. And I actually think for what it's worth, as much shit as we throw the Kings, they have done a good job over the last couple of years identifying NBA players and drafting. They haven't been in a situation to pick high enough to draft stars, but like I think Devin Carter is an NBA player. Keon Ellis they got undrafted, I believe. NBA player, really good NBA player. They got undrafted. I think Neek is a good player. He's going to be an NBA player. I think he can really pass. I think he could do some really good stuff with Sabonis. I think he'd be a good defensive player who's also effective in transition for him. Like I think this is he's just a really good player. I think he can play early. Now there's obviously some is this somewhat reminiscent of like Chris Duarte getting drafted, where they draft a 23-year-old because he's quote unquote ready to play. But I think Neek is a better prospect than Duarte, specifically because he's a way better passer than Duarte was. And I do like that for Neek. I believe I believe that this is just a good pick. I just don't know if I like the fit. Coopstone, do you guys have any thoughts here?
It's just hard to get too much into fit with this team because it feels like all their like core player, quote unquote core players, are like tradable at any moment, like Sabonis or DeRozan or Levine. Like none of these guys seem like long-term building blocks for this team, and any of them could be moved at any point. So it's really tough to like get into long-term fit with it. In the short term, it's odd considering the names I just mentioned with DeRozan and Levine and Keon Ellis and Devin Carter. Like that's just a lot of guys that sort of overlap in a minutes sort of crunch. So I don't know exactly how that works out, but in terms of just like overall value, this is decent value. I think I had Neek, I think 16 or something on my board, so it's decent value. I just fit is too difficult to figure out and parse through at this point in time.
Kings are doing the ultimate zag. The league is getting away from non-passing shooting guards and centers who can't defend, and they're building an entire team of 4 shooting guards and 1 center who can't defend. So
Hey, Neek and Devin Carter are both fine.
Neek and Devin Carter, but they're bench players. As much as I really like the guys they've drafted the last few years, they are not the starters and they are not the key guys. If Neek and Devin Carter were starting at the 1 and the 3, and they shipped off DeMar and whoever else, and it was just Levine and those 2 and a real 4, I guess Keegan Murray, maybe that's an interesting team. But it takes
that's what's so funny. What they've done so well is they've drafted a team that would be perfectly built around a star, and they just haven't been able to acquire that star. They've been dealing with these, if you put who I think Neek Clifford could be, if your 1, 2, and 4 were Devin Carter, Neek Clifford, Keegan Murray, and you had a really good defensive 5 and a 3 who could like if you put Daniel Gafford at the 5, and obviously it's like a little bit like a Luka Doncic type guy, I'm like, that's a championship level team. Like that's great defenders, enough spacing, good cutters that are smart players that can do some second side stuff. Like it's just that they haven't been able to get the guy. And so at a certain point, like I can't fault their strategy. And like I don't even think like their GM has done like a horrible job for whatever it's worth. Like I think he's given a raw deal because they're told every year, hey, we want you to win as many games as possible. And when you're told that, it's hard to do things that make a lot of sense. Like, yeah, trading Tyrese Halliburton was really dumb. Trading De'Aaron Fox, probably not a great move, but at a certain point, this is their hand you're dealt. I imagine they deal DeMar DeRozan, but hold on to Zach LaVine. So what does that mean this team looks like? I don't know. But I like these players. I like Clifford. I liked Devin Carter. I still believe in them. Who do we think that are we locked in? We think it's McNeely.
Fleming. I'm going Fleming.
I'm going Jace Richardson.
I'm not allowed to say Jace Richardson, so I'll say Rasheer.
It's Fleming.
All right, let's see here. With the 25th pick, my Orlando Magic select Jace Richardson. Let's go. Bag
called it.
This is like the one team where Jace is like a great fit. I like
Jace. Jace is the perfect Orlando Magic pick. And if we again, we don't. Maybe we should do this year. A post-draft board. He will rise up my board. I had him at 16 because I had a lot of questions about the fit, and I still think. Listen, I don't think he's a very good defensive player still, but as a third guard in a rotation with Suggs and Bane, holy fuck! Like this is perfect. His off-ball scoring is great. Well, I wish he was a slightly higher level shooter. I think he's going to provide the right amount of spacing. I really, really like this pick. This is perfect for Jace to have. You get to be an off-ball guard, and you're also probably don't have to guard the point of attack all the time because Bane and Suggs are both competent point of attack. Now, how much is he going to play early? I don't know. The 25th pick on a team that wants to compete, but I think he could be like a surprising top 5 rookie of the year guy. Because if he's like the 6th man on this team and they just need spacing, right? And they stagger Franz and Paolo, and he's always playing with one of Suggs or Bane. Man, that makes a lot of sense. And there's not a ton of guard depth on this team. He's competing with Corey Joseph for minutes, right? And Corey Joseph is a great veteran leader and all this stuff, but if Jace shows an ounce of like can do it on defense, like he'll play. And really, really like this for Jace. Really, really like this for Jace. Like it for Orlando too. I wouldn't have been my pick. I would have taken Fleming, but for what it's worth, like I think they just drafted an NBA player at this point, so that's worthwhile to me. Stone, where are you at with this pick?
I like it a lot. I think that, like you said, like how much does he play? I'm not entirely sure, but I think that they have the length and the defensive infrastructure to really buoy him. They have the ball handlers where, even if for people that believe in that, like I think he just thrives as a secondary guy, and I think that they have the personnel to now fully put him in that position. It just makes a lot of sense in a lot of different ways that I think maximizes his strengths and mitigates his weaknesses. And I think that that's really all you can ask for when you're picking at this point. And it just makes a lot of sense for me. I don't know how much he plays, but I like the pick.
I think we even talked about it in our podcast on him, that this was like, at least I think I talked about this is like the fit for him, like to really make it in the NBA. What teams just need a guy who can knock down spot up shots and play good ball and just capitalize off of other really good players' ball. That's Chase Richardson. So really excited for him. I think we'll really get to see if Paolo is as bad as I've been telling Bryce that he is for the last year. So I'm really excited.
All right, it's soapbox time, motherfuckers. Okay, Paolo Banchero is. There was a time where he was super underrated, and then he got super overrated really quickly, and now he's underrated again. Paolo is a flawed creator, but he is still a free throw tank at 6'10" with some real passing chops, and he has consistently played in an offense with bad spacing and like legitimately was on the worst shooting team in modern NBA history last year. I think people are way overreacting to that sample post-injury. I think he absolutely still is on a trajectory to be not like a superstar, like top 5 player, but like I think he'd absolutely be a top 10 to 15 player. I still think even after Chet won his championship, and I love Chet to death, I still would have drafted Paolo 1 in that class. And if we did a redraft right now, I'd still probably bet on Paolo because I think Paolo has the higher upside with the ball in his hands. Chet's a better player right now, don't get me wrong. But Paolo is underrated now, like by a lot of people who are trying to seem smart. And I'm not saying you're trying to seem smart, but I really think that Paolo's underrated. And I think that, Sam brings up a great point. The East is fucking weird next year because the Celtics and Pacers are probably not going to be very good. So the Pistons, the Knicks, and the Magic are all going to tell themselves that they can make the championship next year. And if I had put my money on any of them, I'd put my money on the Pistons the Magic, because I think Paolo has the highest upside of any players of those 3 teams' best players, including a higher upside than Jalen Brunson in a given season, in a given series. I believe that. And I think that Jamal Mosley is the best coach of those groups. And I just think that it's a really, really fun group. I think Franz is underrated as well. I'm in on it. Okay, the Nets have back-to-back picks here.
Oh, my gosh.
What do you guys think? Which 2 guys are they taking?
One of them has to be Ugo. They got a stash, and I think he's the best stash candidate left. And he fits the swing, perceived swing that they're going for, I think. So I would say Ugo's definitely one of them. The other one, I mean, is it McNeely? Is it? Yeah. McNeely.
That's it. That's all you can come up with. Saraf.
What's that?
Saraf?
Or Saraf. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugo and Saraf. That's who it is.
I don't think it's going to be Ugo. I think the NBA is lower on Ugo than you. I think that we've been burned on Loman and Real Madrid guys enough that the NBA is done with it. I think they've also seen Gabriel Procida do fuck all on bad European teams and said, oh, maybe we shouldn't just take these white-ish guys that can just dunk, and that's it. I think it'll be. I don't know that they'll make both these picks. To be honest, I feel like one of them is going to get traded in one way or another. But I do think that one of these picks is probably McNeely. I don't have a great feel for the other one. I think Saraf is an interesting one you bring up. Could you take 3 bets at the same thing and just say one of these guys has to actually be able to bring the ball up and really make plays? I don't know. It's really interesting.
If they take Saraf and Saraf is their best bet at a point guard next year, I think
What is Cam Thomas's usage going to be next year?
They're going youth. Here it comes. It's Saraf and McNeely.
All right. The Nets will pick Ben Saraf. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
I'm letting my nuts hang with
They're
that
so
one. That
wet.
one.
What is going on?
Upside swings.
What is going on,
Oh my
dude?
god. Oh my god. Saraf.
Unbelievable.
Let's just draft point guards who can't do any of the stuff that you need a
Okay,
point guard to do.
so I want to say, I quickly want to say, I like Saraf more than you guys. I have him at, where do I have him? I have Saraf at 30, ahead of Hansen Yang, ahead of Will Riley, and ahead of Jaeger Demon, and way ahead of Nolan Traylor. I think that Saraf can really pass. I think he's a pretty good defender. I think the shot is really nasty, even though it goes in sometimes. And I don't think he's a particularly good advantage creator. The question is, can he kind of use like his ability to change pace to be like a high level downhill threat at any time? I don't know. I think he's actually more of like a connecting two. Again, my comp for him was Leandro Barmolo, who obviously didn't work out in the league, but I think was like a fine bet, like in the late 20s, early 30s, right? So I like this pick. I like this pick probably more than you guys, but yeah, it's also like you just took 3 guys who are all bets at the exact same thing, and none of whom I think are particularly good. I don't necessarily understand what's going on. Coopso, do you guys have any thoughts here?
Saraf is just like not that good. Is that kind of the like? I don't know. Stone, do you have anything like actually specific to say? Because I'm just kind of like in awe that we called that.
Okay, so here's my thing. Obviously, like none of these players I like except for Powell, but you're taking 3 swings at the same thing. How do you expect that? Like, how do you expect them to reach their optimal ceiling if you're trying to get like the same thing out of all of them? It doesn't make sense to me. Even if you buy them way more than I do personally, like it's just bad process to stack one guy on top of another in the hopes that one works out of these 3 in the first round. Like I get it if it's, if they're both like late first picks or something, but you just spent 2 top 20 picks on the same primary initiating bet. And it's like obviously the worst primary initiating bets in the class between these 3, in my opinion. But it just doesn't make any sense to keep stacking them one over another when you have no infrastructure for them to operate. You don't have. I don't think they view Claxton as like a long-term big. I don't think they have like any long-term future building blocks that they want to put around these guys. So how do you expect them to develop in the way that you want them to when you don't have the right context for them? It doesn't make any sense to me. The process is bad. The picks are bad. This might be like Cooper was talking about earlier, but each pick it's like getting worse except for the Powell pick. Like this might be like one of the worst draft nights I've ever seen.
Yeah, I like I like Saraf fine in this range. I would have drafted him, actually probably around here in a lot of ways. Again, he's 30 on my board, but 30 on my board, but I don't feel super strongly about any of these guys over him. It's more just I don't know. Their strategy is just so weird. Is it going to be Danny Wolf here, fellas? That's my.
There was tape of him crying, like a little bit of a. Was it him crying
There's no
because he's
way.
about to get
There's no
drafted,
way.
or was it him crying because he's so
It's
sad?
McNeely.
All right, let's see.
God,
27th pick. The Nets will select.
It's Tyrese Proctor.
Oh my God! Get out. Brooklyn Nets select Danny Wolf.
Is that real?
Well,
Is that real? Did I call it?
Yes, it's real. Oh my gosh.
it's they drafted Danny Wolf.
I've never
My
seen
Nets.
a worse draft. This is
My
officially
Nets
the
are
worst draft night
hanging.
I've ever seen. I'm so sorry, Nets fans. You got
my
one.
God. They drafted the
you just got
IDF.
1 out of 5.
Oh my God, they're building the IDF out in fucking Brooklyn. Oh my God.
This is insane.
Are they gonna get Yam Madar out in that team too? What's going on?
This is crazy, man. This is. I'm legit. You're muted, by the way, Bryce.
Who's gonna play defense on this team? Is it just Drake Powell?
Claxton, but he's gone.
So that's what I was gonna ask is who else was gonna get like I'm just sorry, I'm really trying to who's on this team right now? Cam Thomas, Nick Claxton. Is anyone else on this team?
Cam Johnson, Noah Clowney.
But Johnson's got to be traded. Okay, Clowney had an okay year last year, right? Maybe he develops into like kind of like a funky stretch 4, stretch 5 type. Like, okay, maybe. There are no real bets on this team. It feels like Drake Whitehead has flamed out. As much as I liked Derek, like he's gone. He's not going to work out. It doesn't seem like. Clowney again had an okay year last year. I think he's more of like a gadget 4 or 5, but and not like a real player, but at least kind of interesting. For what it's worth, at 28, I would put money that the Boston Celtics take Liam McNeely. I guess Jalen Wilson's on this team. He had like an okay year, right? Like, what am I missed? Like, I don't understand
You're
what this team is doing.
forgetting 2021 Tennessee draftee who's been like their star player, whose name I'm forgetting right now.
Tennessee draftee.
In 2021, Tennessee Titans.
Keon Johnson,
who gets star usage for them for some fucking reason.
Zaire Williams. I mean,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
This team is just a complete mess. I see,
I
and they're just they got to be just hoping one of these guys works out, right? That's the bet that one of these
5
guys
picks
works
and
out.
praying one guy works out.
Danny Wolf's mom is exactly how I feel. How every Nets fan feels watching this draft night. This is just like this is horrendous, man.
Oh my God, dude! Actual tears. Like that is a river. Oh my God.
I mean, good for him. Obviously, everyone.
Great for him and his family.
Yeah, for sure. I do wonder too. I do think it's like there's not like a ton of Jewish representation in the NBA, right? Like it's valuable to root for all that stuff and whatever. So yeah, caps off to that. I don't think Danny Wolf is very good. I think he's a really awful defensive player. I think his production has never matched the level of prospect he was often talked about. This is again a more acceptable range. Like at this point, other than the fact that Rasheer Fleming's still on the board, like there's no one that like I'm upset. No, like I can't get upset that no one's drafted Alex Tui or Amari Williams or Will Richard, Javon Small, Maxime, even guys that like once I get into my second round tier, even though like I have a tier separation, I other than Rasheer Fleming, I can't get upset at you for not taking some of those guys because this is the point of the draft where it's like I'm not confident any of these guys are NBA players. I'm just betting that your hope is that you can hit on one of these guys being an NBA player. Wolf, I'm not very confident in because I don't buy the playmaking. The handle's good, but like he can't really do anything other than beat switches here and there, and he's not a great shooter. So I'm just not there.
Wow.
The Celtics take Ugo
Ugo.
Gonzalez. I'm guessing this will be a stash.
Yeah.
We'll see. But So let's talk about Ugo. Stone, you like Ugo a little bit. I cannot believe that Rasheer Fleming has not yet been picked. But tell us why you like Ugo a little bit.
I'm sorry, I'm still getting over this Nets night. Yeah, I mean, I think that Ugo represents an upside swing that is more theoretical than I probably would have wanted before a conversation. But I also think that the defense is real. Like, I don't think that's theoretical with him. I think that's real. I think he's really I think he's strong. I think he's a pretty decent athlete. He makes good rotations. They used him as a low man a lot. I think he could play a variety of roles defensively for what it's worth. The shot is really the interesting thing. If there's a team that's going to get Ugo the reps as a shooter, it's going to be the Celtics. Like, that's, I think, a big positive for his developmental trajectory here is that if Ugo works, it's going to be because he can shoot. And I think if there's a team that can get Ugo to shoot at a good enough volume and be comfortable as a shooter, it's probably going to be the Celtics. I think the connective passing isn't where you want it to be, but there's also, I think, a lot of room for the simplistic stuff in a Celtics offensive ecosystem for it to work. So I like it. I like this fit. He's probably not coming over, but I like this fit for Ugo, and I think that it can work out in Boston.
Do the Hornets take another white guy from like a good college team and take Liam McNeely here? Did they take Rasheer Fleming? And then at 30, is it the Clippers are at 30? Is that right? I think one of these two teams will take Rasheer. Liam, I'm not sure on, and I think McNeely is the last remaining member from the green room. This is part of why you don't invite fucking 24 people to the green room. But in terms of Gonzalez, if he shoots, he's probably a guy. Gavoni says he's not a stash. Okay, so Ugo will come over, play some minutes early in his career. Listen, I don't hate it because, again, this is a guy that played for a really high-level team, and he was really productive in FIBA stuff. I never actually thought he was particularly good in FIBA stuff. I wonder what their role for him is going to be. So I'm interested to see what that looks like. Again, he's another guy where if he was like a little bit bigger, if he was like a real 3, if he was like 6'7", 6'8", that would be pretty intriguing. I think where he is now, I think he's a much more like a quad A player. Will eventually be a very good player for Madrid, but that's kind of where I'm at. Coop, what do you think the pick is going to be here at 29 with the Hornets?
Are they going to actually for the first time ever draft 2 good players and get Rasheer? Is that I'm going to start sounding like a broken record, but we're at the point where I'm secretly praying the Rockets trade it back into the draft to get Rasheer at every single pick. And I don't know. Are the Hornets going to just whiff something up? Are they going to try and get somebody interesting? I just don't know what they do. They need a center?
It's Kalkbrenner, I think.
Oh, shit. That's actually a great pull.
They need a center.
Could this be Bogle?
Just play Rasheer Fleming at center.
Dude, that would actually be the move. Just go all shooting and just 5 out and just let LaMelo and Khan just get
that would be fucking crazy, right?
Yeah.
This is Kalkbrenner or it's Niederhauser would be a very Hornets pick.
Niederhauser would be a very Hornets pick. That's a good pull too.
Man, they do love their Nick Richards.
Janai Brew? Could this be Janai Brew?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I don't think the league's as high on Janai as we might have thought earlier.
As you might have thought. I can see that.
So,
Zakarsky?
I think it's between Niederhauser and Kalkbrenner.
I think I agree with you, but I'm just trying to think of all the bigs who like make
Yeah.
sense to them. Vlad Golden,
Try-
sneaky Vlad Golden spot here at 29.
Eh.
Oh,
I love that sound.
I was gonna say I can't. I almost just said something I really can't say on YouTube, but I will. No, I mean,
Sierra would be a
Kalkbrenner
cool
potentially. What if like the weird pick of this draft is like, remember like when Santi Aldama went at 30 and it surprised everyone? What if like Grant Nelson gets drafted here in the first round, or like I'm trying to think like who could the funniest possible guy they could?
I mean,
pick be?
Reno is the other center, but he doesn't feel like a Hornets guy to me.
No. Is this like
See, I don't know because he's like exactly like Frank Kaminsky.
Except good.
Frank Kaminsky was a perfectly fine prospect.
Frank Kaminsky? We need
Frank
to talk
Kaminsky was
about
the
Frank
ninth
Kaminsky as a prospect because he was fucking awesome. I watched some of his tape. I don't remember if we did the episode.
No, we at least did the work on it.
We did the work on it, and I would have had Frank Kaminsky top 5. Like I would have fallen for it.
Who was he playing against? Who was that Indiana big? From the same class that was drafted by. He played for the Blazers. I don't think he was drafted by the Blazers.
Shit.
But we watched them play against each other, and Frank Kaminsky just gave him bucket after bucket, like nonstop.
God. What year was that?
2014.
Was it Vonleh?
Yes. Fuck yeah,
Yeah.
Noah Vaughn. He just gave Noah Vonleh buckets. dude.
Vonleh stunk. Vonleh fucking stunk in college.
I actually think Reno is really similar to Kaminsky. And I don't say that as like in like a bad way. Like if you draft
can
Frank
see that.
Kaminsky at 29, you're really happy, right? Where it's like an actual stretch big who really struggles defensively. All right, the pick is in. The Hornets are drafting Liam McNeely. No more members of the green room. Okay, I'm gonna give the positive side here because I know you guys don't like Liam McNeely. I like Liam McNeely a lot out of high school. He was a top 10 guy on my board coming into the draft, or not coming into the draft, coming into the season. He had an up and down year at UConn. I think he's a guy who can really shoot if he just fixes his shot prep. His shot prep is really bad right now, but I think the touch is good on it. He has good overall feel, and he's made shots consistently throughout his career, other than at UConn, where he was taking a fairly high level of difficulty of jumpers. Okay. He was asked to play a lot of point guard for UConn, and he was not particularly good at it. I won't deny that. But I do think he is a pretty smart player, even if he's not the most instinctive player. He struggles to play out of the flow, but in the flow, I think he's good. And he can just make shots. He has good touch on floaters. Not a horrendous passer. Again, not like a crazy quick processor. That's the real worry. I think that he is a fine bet to be a rotation wing in the NBA. A +1? No, I think the defense is probably too bad for him to be like a playoff caliber wing. Like at least if he doesn't meet some kind of secondary scorer outcomes, right? Like if he's someone who can actually really run some pick and roll and get into the mid range more consistently, and the floater becomes more of a weapon than it is right now, which he does flash the floater. Then I think this is someone who could play some playoff minutes. But I like this pick fine for the Hornets because just get that shooting. I'm all for it. I think this is a perfectly fine bet here, even if I would have taken Rasheer Fleming or Adu Diarra. Who is going to be the? Do you guys have any thoughts on McNeely before we talk about the 30th pick?
Bad pick. I'll leave it there.
Shooter can't shoot. Just get more white guys around LaMelo and Khan, though. I guess that'll be. You know what? Let's think about this from a.
They got an actually good player, though.
Here's the thing: you got to fix that Hornets culture, and how do you fix it? By bringing in white guys. Okay, we got to think about things like this.
There's too many Jazz fans on this panel right now. But you would have to think the Hornets have like some sort of deal or trade lined up then, right? If they're not taking a center there, because like you don't just trade Mark Williams and have just the Hornets.
They got great minutes out of Diabate last
season. Gosh.
Dude, rebounding demon. Okay, do they have second round picks? Actually,
One, I believe at 44.
No, I think they have back-to-back ones at like 33
really?
and 34. I thought.
Yeah, so then they
Just
could
kidding.
like. There's plenty of big bets you take there, and you get McNeely, who you at least think of
Gosh,
as a
they're
real
starting
big
Janai
bet.
Broom.
No, you get like Reynaud, and then you take like if
Gonna
they got
hurt my
Amari
board so bad.
Williams. Imagine if they got Amari Williams in the second round.
Yeah, so the Hornets have 33 and 34. Yeah, if it's me, my strategy is unless Adut Thiero is there, I'm probably just drafting two bigs at 33 and 30 and just saying, fuck it, we're just going to play two bigs.
Also, somebody will fall into UDFA, and you could probably get Janai Broom. You could get Vlad Golden.
Well, and also, you don't want to be good next year because you want Cam Boozer, who's a better big than any big you can get at this point anyway. So fuck it. Like, just I think we overthink fit sometimes. Like, I think there's a world that McNeely is the best guy left. Like, I know you guys don't think that, but I think there's at least a chance. Like, I prefer Rasheer Fleming by quite a bit, but still, I think his shooting is better than he showed this year, and I think he does enough other things that he can be like a Corey Kispert level player, but entering the league younger. Like he was better at the same age by a solid amount than Corey Kispert. And that's like a fine rotation wing, right, on a team like this. And so I think when you're talking about, hey, whoever ends up being, whether it's LaMelo or if there's another star, you are going to be one of the best shooting teams, in terms of like your top 6 in the league. Like that's really intriguing to me. You're running out LaMelo, Kahn, Brandon Miller, McNeely's off the bench. One of their bench guards can really shoot, right? What's the Hornets roster like? Who am I thinking here? They can actually kind of shoot a little bit. Well, they just got Vasilije Micic back. I mean, Tejan Salon is not good, but now you're going to play him a lot at least, and you're going to figure out, is there anything there? Maybe there's not. KJ Simpson was on a 2A last year. Maybe he provides some value this year. I don't know. Like, maybe this is the Hornets turning over a new leaf, man. Like, we've been haters for so long, but maybe that's what this is. All right, let's the final pick here. The Clippers. Who are they taking here to end the first round?
Rasheer Fleming. I told you I'd be a record on repeat till they fucking take him. You gotta take Rasheer. Like, please, I'm like begging you to take Rasheer here. It just could be a great weapon, especially next to Kawhi, next to Harden. Can actually, knock down jumpers, can play as a cutter, can play as a pick and pop guy. I think really open up a lot of their pick and roll scheme. Just come on, please.
I'm gonna go a little off the wall here. I'm gonna say Cam Jones. Feels like a very Clippers pick.
That would actually be a great pick too. So I wouldn't be mad about that.
I saw it, so I can't really talk here.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, you demon.
I am fascinated to hear your guys' thoughts on this.
Well, it wasn't. I just saw it. I just saw it too.
Oh my gosh. No.
No. Well, whatever. It means the Rockets have a chance at Rasheer later.
So it's not Rasheer.
It's not Rasheer.
It's not Rasheer. I'll just tell you that because.
You spoiler.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. You knew it wasn't Rasheer by my reaction.
Right,
Man,
so the Nets had what? 8, 19, 26, 27, 24, right?
Something like that. 22 maybe, I thought. I don't remember.
22.
Dude, my friends are all sending me that picture of Noah Songe just looking chucked as fuck on the goddamn.
Yeah, I saw someone say, "Is he off the Yerks?"
Here we go.
Okay. Yeah, this is.
That was a very Clippers pick.
Yannick Niederhauser getting drafted ahead of Rasheer Fleming is exactly why I will always contend that people who point to NBA teams like they are such geniuses don't know what the fuck they're doing.
I'm so stupid. This was such the.
It's not like I'm so out on Niederhauser, but it's like this guy going ahead of guys like Aduk Diarra and Rasheer Fleming, it's an imperfect evaluation of what winning basketball looks like and where it comes from. Like, he had a great combine test. Okay. Like, and I'm not even completely out. But to take that guy ahead of even like Ryan Kalkbrenner, who I know you guys don't like, but Ryan Kalkbrenner is like a good basketball player. Like, Yannick Niederhauser was not a good basketball player this year. And I don't think he projects to be a particularly good one in the next, couple years. I think he's farther away than people realize. He doesn't have quick pop off the ground. He is shout out Sam, you're the best. I appreciate you.
Shut up.
He is not someone who contributes a ton defensively right now. He even like his athleticism, I think, is overrated by the combine testing. He's just not a guy I'm in on. I think this is an awful pick. I'm just not here with it, to be honest. So we'll talk about the second round in a minute, but quickly, you guys have any last thoughts on Niederhauser at 30?
I think I was the highest out of us on Niederhauser. You guys already got the fucking shot at this player in Kai Jones, and it didn't fucking work out. What are we doing? Kai is just like a better version of what Niederhauser does, and he couldn't fucking play minutes. And then you'll blow not a premium asset, but a real asset on a guy who isn't going to be able to play in the NBA. It just kind of stinks. Cool second round bet. I believe in Niederhauser some long term, but I hate this pick. I hate this process. The Clippers had a chance to really cement something and take a swing that could actually help make them not a real contender, but a team, an actual real team that can put up a fight in the Western Conference. And they just said, nah, fuck it. What are we doing?
Yeah, it's just such a. I'm actually pissed at myself for not calling that one. I should have called that. That's a very Clippersy pick, but yeah, I don't know. It's at 30, it's okay, I guess, but I have definitely not been a top 10 pick for me. Many other guys I would have taken instead of him. I get it if you view him as the backup center left available, which I'm very sure the Clippers did. But yeah, I can understand the process. It's just not the guy I would have gone with.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time to kind of do some grades and do all that stuff after the second round and everything, and we've had a chance to fully digest the draft as a whole. But let's talk before we end this, which we will end soon because it's late and I need to eat. Just some of the best guys we have left available. So I have Rasheer Fleming as a lottery level guy that's still available. I have Aduk Diarra as a first round guy that's still available. And then actually I don't have any first rounders left. In terms of my priority second round guys, Noah Penda is still around. Alex Tui still floating around. Amari Williams still floating around. Javon Small, Will Richard, and Maxime Reynaud all around. And then some other guys I would give full contracts to, even if I'm a little bit lower on. Bogolyub Markovic is actually the only guy in that tier still around. And then I have some two-way guys that I don't want to spend much time on. But that's kind of my full contract guys left. Wolves will ask a question that we'll get to in a second. But Stone, Coop, who are your kind of top guys available?
Go ahead, Coop.
I have Rasheer as a lotto guy. I have Thiero as a late lotto guy. First round, I have Reynaud, and then I have Amari Williams, and that's it. I have a ton of priority second rounder guys who are left, but I expected them all to go in the second round, or I would like them to go in the second round. So none of that's crazy. A lot of really late guys on my board who got picked. Stone, who are your guys left?
Yeah, I have one lotto guy, which is Reynaud. And then the first round guys I have left are just Penda, Fleming, Shulga, and then Amari Williams and Ruga Poplar, which I expected those last two to roll really 3 to go in the second round. I don't, and that's not the only first round guys I have. I have like similar to Coop, just a bunch of late first priority seconds that have yet to be picked, which I expected.
Yeah, in terms of lowest drafted guy, I mean, Yannick Koenig Niederhauser I had at 62 as like a UDFA two-way guy. He got drafted at 30. He's definitely the lowest guy. But a couple other guys that are fairly. Nolan Traore is at 49 on my board. Got drafted at 19. Let me see. Hugo Gonzalez I have at 42. Got drafted at 28, which is not like some crazy reach, I suppose, numerically. But Danny Wolf I have at 41. Goes at 27. So those are the guys that I had as two-way guys that got drafted in the first round. Stone, Coop, are there any two-way type guys that you had drafted in the first round?
Seraph for me was a two-way guy. Traore, McNeely, which were all guys that Hanson Yang, all two-way guys that I kind of expected to go in the first, to be honest. That I think is, I mean, I had Demeen and Danny Wolf very low in my firmly draftable rankings, like in the 40s. But yeah, those are, I guess, the most surprising, in regards to where I have them ranked on my board picks.
Yeah, I have a few guys like down at the bottom in the tier where I just like they're not really my cup of tea. I just don't really see the value. If somebody else wants to go for them at any point, then they can do that. It's just not really the kind of guy who I'd want to bring in. And that's McNeely, Demon, and Nolan Traore. Just none of them are really my kind of player and just wouldn't really want to bring them in or like see the value in bringing them in. So any of the pick whichever one. And I'm pretty, I would be pretty mad with any of those picks. And yeah, of course, one team took two of them. So,
yeah, I mean, one team had the obvious worst draft. Again, I don't want to spend too much more time on this. We appreciate all you guys listening. Coop, Stone, I appreciate your guys' diligence. We should be back live tomorrow. There's a chance that some things come up on my end, so it might be up to Coop and Stone. But we appreciate anyone who listened and tuned in. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. This has been the Upside Swings of a Draft Show. We hope later ceiling. Thank you.